And it looks like we're live, Senator.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Maine State 130th Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I represent Maine Senate District 34 down in York County. We've assembled this morning for a couple of things. To start with, we are going to have a couple of work sessions for bill reconsiderations that we need to get done, and a little bit of language review. But ultimately, our goal today is to have the public hearings relative to nominations and essentially confirmation hearings that'll follow after our committee business. The work sessions, I will try to move right along through those. So those of you that are on board waiting for the confirmation hearings don't have a long wait, although there is a long list of them, and they need some recognition and congratulatory accolades when you get an opportunity to do so. But that said, I just want to introduce my committee members first, or I'll ask them to introduce themselves. And I will start with my co-chair, please, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson, please.
Dave Woodson, District 33 in York County, encompassing Sanford, Massabesic, and Sockeye Valley School Districts.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Felton.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning.
Thank you. And our newest member to the committee is Representative Hepler.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Allison Hepler. I represent towns along the lower Kennebec, Arousic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, which is where I live, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond.
Thank you. And Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be probably the guy that got the earliest start to his day, Representative McRae.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm fresh off my 4-hour drive. I pulled in. I'm glad we got a little bit of a late start because it took me that long to get my laptop going. Anyway, I'm Dave McRae. I'm back at home in Fort Fairfield and representing the good people of District 148. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Millette. Good morning.
Wow, talk about timing. Good morning.
Perfect timing, yes.
I am Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. There's no warm-up in the Education Committee. You just go right to it. So we do have some other members of our committee, and again, folks are on different committees as well and have different commitments. So you may see members coming and going based on other commitments and schedules. That said, first thing I'd like to do is we're going to have I have to introduce our clerk and analyst because you will hear a lot from them today. Thank you very much. And with us this morning to start with is our clerk, Sam Baker. Sam will be the fellow that helps us navigate the in and out of committee in terms of speaking. He's also outstanding with any technical issues that may arise on our end as well as yours. We'll also hear early from our analysts, both Sam Senfit and Hillary Risler. These folks are the analysts in terms of our bills, and they help us understand not only most importantly is the language and the impact that it has in terms of meaning overall. So thank you. And that said, I will start the first hearing on LD 278, which is up for reconsideration. And I will go to Ms. Risler first, please.
Sure. So the committee may remember that this was a bill I sent out for language and fiscal review a week or so ago. And it came back with a $9,000 fiscal note, and the committee had asked me to hold off and see if we could get some more information. My understanding, and after talking with Representative Brennan, is the department had felt that that $9,000 fiscal note was based on the requirement that the Department of Education convene a stakeholders group. And this is for the bill that develops a process and a timeline for reviewing legislation that proposes to mandate instruction. I was going to pull up my screen to show you the bill, but I see that Senator Woodson does have his hand raised.
I just wonder what number is the bill, Hillary?
It's LD 278.
Okay, thank you.
So Representative Brennan had asked me to draft something for the committee's consideration today. This would, as I said, is LD 278, and it would amend the bill where I have stricken out here that rather than the department convening a group of stakeholders, that the Department of Education shall directly develop a process and a timeline for reviewing legislation that proposes to mandate instruction or training for students. And my understanding of the goal of the amendment is to remove that fiscal note.
Any questions, folks, on that? Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And at this point, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider, having voted on the prevailing side, I'd make a motion to reconsider our actions on LD 278.
Senator Woodson.
Yeah, I don't remember how I voted. I mean, can that be answered?
Yes, this was a unanimous ought to pass as amended vote.
Okay, thank you.
So Representative Brennan has made a motion. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you. Representative Millette with a second to reconsider. Any discussion, folks, on, yes, Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's unfortunate that there is a fiscal note attached to convening stakeholders to help inform this process. I hope that will happen anyway, because when the department comes forward with its recommendations, it would be great if everybody could be in support of it. And by the time it gets to us, everybody is in agreement. So I do hope there's going to be a way to include that feedback in this process with this amendment. Thank you.
Any other discussions or questions? Okay, seeing none, then I'm looking for a motion to accept the change.
Well, we first need to vote on reconsideration.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. And what we'll do is we'll do that by a show of hands, but please hold your hand up as until I say your name, please, if you would. All those in favor of reconsideration, LD 278. I see Senator Rafferty, Representative Lyman, Representative Crockett, Representative Helpler, Representative Brennan, Representative Dodge, Representative Stearns, Representative Salisbury, Representative McCray, Representative Millette, and Senator Woodson. Thank you, folks. And now, Representative Dodge, you have a question? Or
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like a motion?
Sure.
Or should I defer to Representative Brennan?
No, it's fine. You can make the motion as long as it's the right one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we pass LD 278 as amended, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Second.
I got it from Representative Brennan. And any further discussion? So I will use a show of hands, and again, hold them up if you would until I call your name, please. So I see these are all, hand is up if you are in favor of the motion. And that is Senator Rafferty, Representative Dodge, Representative Brennan, Representative Hepler, Representative Crockett, Representative Lyman, Senator Woodson, Representative Millette, Representative McCray, Representative Salisbury, Representative Stearns. It is unanimous of those present. Thank you. And that said, I'll close that work session on LD 278. And we will open the work session on LD 1189. And I am looking for a motion for reconsideration. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we reconsider our actions on LD 1189, please.
Second.
That was made by Representative Dodge, seconded by Representative McCray. Just again, a show of hands all over. Oh, I'm sorry, I have a question. All right. All those in favor of reconsideration, if you would hold your hand up until I state your name. Senator Rafferty, Representative Lyman, Representative Crockett, Representative Hepler, Representative Brennan, Representative Dodge, Representative Stearns, Representative Salisbury, Representative McCray, Representative Millet, and Senator Woodson. It's unanimous. Question, Representative Stearns, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we have the vote count on the original bill, please?
LD 1189 was also a unanimous ought to pass as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're good. Hillary, was there anything you wanted to add to?
Yes, would the committee like me to pull up the proposed amendment?
Please, thank you.
Okay. So this is LD 1189, which is the Act to amend teacher certification statutes. My understanding, and Deputy Commissioner Dan Chuda from the Department of Education is here to speak to this a little bit more, but there was a provision in this bill that changed the language regarding the denial and revocation of certificates. And you may remember the conversation about changing it from the injured the health or welfare of a child through physical or sexual abuse to instead using the language that would provide that one of the bases for revoking or denying a certificate is evidence that a certificate holder has been convicted in any state or federal court of a criminal offense involving the physical or sexual.
Sorry, this is the interpreter. I can't interpret that when you're speaking that fast. Do you mind just slowing down a little bit?
Apologies, I will slow down.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you.
Sure. So the change in the bill would have provided that the evidence that a certificate holder has been convicted in any state or federal court of a criminal offense involving the physical or sexual abuse or exploitation of a child, or that any such allegations have been substantiated through an investigation by the Department of Health and Human Services, is those grounds for that revocation or suspension or denial in Section 8 of the bill of a certificate. I think subsequent to this bill being in committee, the Department of Education had some conversations with the Department of Health and Human Services, and there was some concern by DHHS that they were not going to be able to do this the way it was written. And so the department had requested that the committee strike these two provisions from the committee amendment, as well as the committee amendment includes the provision regarding moral character for certification. And this committee amendment had actually repealed that section, but the department felt that with the leaving the status quo with those denial and the provisions for revocation of certification, that they wanted to make sure they kept that moral character in for now until they could figure out how to work this. So this would take this out of the bill and leave it at the status quo. I would turn it over to the department with more of an explanation as to why they feel this change is needed, if the committee would like to hear from Deputy Commissioner Chuda.
Anyone? Yes, you would. Okay. Representative Stearns?
My apology. I did want to hear from the deputy commissioner.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And Sam, if you could bring him in, please.
Yes, Senator. He's traveling now.
Thank you. And good morning. How are you, Mr. Tudor?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Thank you. So good morning, Senator and Representative Brennan and committee members. I thank you for the opportunity to explain, although Ms. Risler has done a nice job so far of explaining what's happened here. So you may recall that we had interest in revising these sections. Currently, there's no in the amendments, we wanted to adjust the conditions for which someone could be denied a certificate. And as Ms. Risler noted, one of those conditions would have been substantiated allegations from a DHHS investigation. We have automated systems currently in place. It took us a while to get there, but we have them between the State Bureau of Investigation for what's commonly known as the fingerprinting aspect of it. We have an automated data transfer, which makes for an efficient process between our system and theirs. We had that in mind as we were envisioning getting the information from DHHS for the substantiation of the allegations, and that was not possible. So what we would like to do is A, not give up on this, but B, spend some more time and potentially come back next session once we've worked out all of the details about an efficient approach, essentially, to how we could continue to do this. It would have had some, introduced some pretty significant delays to the certification process, which at this point, we need more people being certified and not less, even though these are precautions. So that's what we're proposing is, as Ms. Risler mentioned, leaving the statute as status quo. Gets a little confusing in the amendment, I understand, because we're striking language out, but really what we're doing is we're leaving those three components, the good moral character, the revocation at a renewal, and the initial as is for right now. And then gives us more time to work with DHHS to figure out some processes and then bring back a proposal for the next session. So this is an important enough, obviously, it goes without saying, it's an important enough aspect of the credentialing to check into backgrounds that we want to have a very sound and efficient and expedited process to make sure that this happens. And we didn't feel that we could do that in a short period of time. So we want to leave it as is for now and then work on it some more and come back to you folks next session with a new proposal.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions? Yes, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Tudor, are you comfortable with how this would be currently? I know that there was reasons behind making the changes, and are you comfortable leaving it as is until that work can be done? Or are we kind of, it seemed like those were pretty significant things that we talked about. But is it going, I guess, is it going to be okay as it is until that can be worked out?
Yes, it will be fine. We're looking at a matter of months at this point before we were able to bring back a new proposal to you. It's working now. We'd like to see it even better than it is right now, but it works right now to ensure that we have a way to make sure that people with some background are not issued certificates. So it works. We'd like to make it even better, but we want to make sure that we have a sound proposal for you. So we're comfortable with it for right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you both. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Tudor. It's good to see you.
You're welcome.
I may have missed this. You mentioned come back next session. And are we talking 2022 or are we talking the next legislature?
Next session as in January.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Like your answer.
Any additional questions, folks? Seeing none, then I'm looking for a motion in terms of adjusting the amendments. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that ought to pass on 1189 as amended.
And do I have a second? Representative Crockett? Thank you. So that was Representative Brennan, ought to pass as amended on 1189. That was seconded by Representative Crockett. Any other discussions? Seeing none, folks, seeing that this was initially a unanimous vote, I will ask that we raise our hand and hold it. I will state your name to let you know that I recognize it. I'll start in the reverse order. Representative McRae, Representative Hepler, Senator Woodson, Representative Millette, Representative Salisbury, Representative Stearns, Representative Lyman, Representative Crockett, Representative Brennan, Representative Dodge, and Senator Rafferty. Thank you. And appreciate that. Both Hillary and Dan as well. Hillary, you got a question?
Not so much a question, but given where we are in session and that these both 278 and 1189 are pretty straightforward, simple amendments, is the committee comfortable with me just moving those through and reporting them out? Unless, of course, there's some surprise or some issue that comes to my attention, but otherwise, it sounds like you probably don't need to see them again if the committee's comfortable.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. With that, I'm going to turn you over to Mr. Senift.
Thank you. And so we will move on to LD 474, Sam. Thank you, sir.
And Sam, if you could just spotlight Margaret, myself.
Awesome. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you.
So I have the review of LD 474. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the screen. I would like to show you the fiscal note as well as the amendment that Representative Morales has proposed. Sam, is Representative Morales in the?
Yes, Sam. I'll bring the representative in now.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and pull up the screen. Okay. So I have here the fiscal note, and this is, if you'll recall, LD 474, an act regarding school discipline for Maine's youngest children. And the fiscal note doesn't, it's not flagged as a mandate first, but it did point out that if you look at this sentence here, it says, although the bill is silent on how this requirement will be enforced, and that's requirements relating to school discipline, it may result in a loss of state subsidy to those local administrative units that have not adopted the policy. And so this, I think, triggered some concern that resulted in a request for an amendment, which I will pull up here. Worked with Representative Morales for this. It's a pretty simple amendment. It would strike this requirement that states that adoption of a district-wide student code of conduct is required in order to receive funding under Chapter 606B. So this was language that was originally proposed in the bill, and what this change would do is to strike that to remove the concern that was expressed in the fiscal note about this requirement. And if it's okay, Senator Rafferty, I'm not sure if Representative Morales wanted to speak to this.
Is she available, Sam?
Yes, Senator, she's with us.
Sure. If she has anything that she'd like to comment?
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Thank you, Sam. That is exactly what I'm asking to do. And what I also learned is that schools are already required to have the code of conduct. So this sentence really isn't necessary at all. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is it okay if I unshare the screen?
Sure, please. Thanks.
Okay.
I can't see if there's any additional questions, folks. Seeing none, then. Oh, Representative.
I'm sorry, Joe, to bump in here. What was the vote on that? I mean, was it split or unanimous or what?
The vote was a split vote. It was majority ought to pass as amended, minority ought not to pass.
And was I on the minority?
I was just looking, I don't think I have Sam, do you have the vote sheet?
Yes, Sam, I can pull that up. All right. Senator Woodson, it looks like you were on the minority report.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Again, seeing none then, I'll ask for a motion relative to LD 474. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move LD 474 with the amendment.
Thank you. So the motion to move it forward ought to pass as amended is made by Representative Millet. Do I have a second? Representative Crockett. Any question? Yes, Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has the committee voted to reconsider this bill?
Yeah, we haven't voted to reconsider yet.
Oh. Thank you.
Senator?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that, having voted on the prevailing side, I'll make a motion to reconsider our actions on LD 474.
Would second that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a show of hands, all those in favor of reconsideration, please you'll hold your hand up. And I see Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, Representative Dodge, Representative Lyman, Representative Millet, Representative McCray, Representative Hepler, Representative Salisbury, Representative Crockett. And those are all in favor of reconsideration. All those opposed to reconsideration, Senator Woodson and Senator Stearns. So the motion to reconsider carries. And again, any further discussion? So I will ask that Representative Millet, if you would be kind enough to, we'll run redo. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move ought to pass as amended.
Thank you very much. And Representative Crockett? Is that a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you very much. And any further discussion? Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And excuse my audio. I'll not be supporting the motion primarily for the same reasons that I did not in the first place. To strike this clause makes sense because school districts already have a code of conduct. That makes sense to me. But school districts, this bill assumes that school districts have been frivolously suspending and expelling young students. And that simply is not the case in the state of Maine. A second piece that concerns me is that a young student who has an IEP, by limiting the days that a student can be suspended, even if it's on paper, it will limit that, it will extend the period by which they would trigger 10 suspension days, which automatically has to convene an IEP. So it's going to have carryover effects into special ed land that are going to be undesirable for a student. So I would encourage us to, I guess the last thing that bothers me about this is it says clearly that a few folks in Augusta, Maine know a lot more than everybody across the state of Maine who are in the business of running their schools.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, then Sam, I will ask that you call the roll, please, on this.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yay, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yay. Senator Woodson?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. All right, Senators, we have 8 members in favor of the motion and 3 opposed.
Thank you, Sam, very much. Appreciate your help. And Representative Morales, thank you for being here, and appreciate your help as well. Have a good day.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, everyone.
So we'll close the session on LD 474. And I believe, Hillary, you have a couple of language reviews, or possibly Sam, on LDs 880 and 1318. Is that correct?
I do, yes. Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Sam Baker.
Sorry, Senator, just real quick before we jump into that, was the minority report for LD 474, is that a not to pass?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, just want to get for the record. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Sam. You guys keep me on track. I appreciate it.
So I have two, Senator, I have 2 fiscal notes that the committee, I was asked to bring back to the committee because they include mandates. So I will, if it's okay with you, go ahead and pull those up on the screen.
Please.
So this first one is LD 880. This is an act to protect school employees from workplace bullying. The vote on this was a split vote, ought to pass as amended, ought not to pass. It was identified as a potential state mandate because it requires boards to adopt and implement a policy. As has been the case with some other bills this session, when there's a requirement that a board create a policy, that those have typically been identified as mandates. On a couple of others, the committee has asked me to, in the summary, indicate why the committee feels this is not a mandate. So again, your options for mandates are fund at 90%, put a mandate preamble and require a 2/3 vote of the legislature. Do nothing, but know that school boards may choose not to implement the requirements of the bill because of the potential mandate, or contest the mandate determination in the bill summary. So all of those 4 options are on the table for this bill.
Thank you. So I do have a question from Representative Millette and Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that Senator Daughtry is the sponsor of this bill. Has she been in communication about what she would prefer?
I have not heard from Senator Daughtry about how she would like to proceed on
this. Senator Woodson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd prefer leaving it up to the local school district, whether they're going to adopt it or not.
Thank you for that. Any Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can someone help me remember what the current state of policy is in regards to bullying and school safety currently? Where are we? Is it only students and this will include faculty? I can't remember where we left this, please. Thank you.
Representative Millette has her hand up. And I don't know if it's an answer to that, because I do see her nodding. So
That's correct.
Representative Millette.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Dodge, you have that correct. It's currently in statute, covers students.
Thank you. Representative Millette, do you have your own question? Okay, Representative Crockett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Seneff, is in this particular bill, the fiscal note being 90%, do we have a number of what this would be?
We don't yet have a number. They would have to price that out. I know that these kinds of requirements tend to be a bit difficult to price out, but they will do that if the 90% requirement is put on.
Thank you. Representative Millet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm inclined to go with the 90% because when it comes to crafting policies, I can't imagine that the fiscal note would be in the millions of dollars. So I would like to see how much the state anticipates the cost.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Sam, if you don't mind, can we get the gallery view back?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, thanks. Hard for me to tell who's doing what here. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question regarding adding in the 90% and adding in the money, I worry about losing the bill and not being able to get it funded. So I wonder if, if there's another way that we can go about this and still have the bill be in place and have, this work happening. I don't know what the answer is to that, but
I don't, and I'll have to ask Sam if we contested the fiscal note, would they give us an answer in terms of the cost? Can we request the cost in the fiscal note?
The timing of that's a little rough because it'll go to the table.
Yeah.
And so it's not, I don't know that it'd be hard to, I don't know if you'd be able to intervene at that point really, because it's going to go to the table if it has any costs on it, including even if it's contested. And Representative Millet might have some more, an expanded answer on that.
Thank you. Representative Millet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask for a corner caucus, please.
Sure. Are there any additional questions to throw out right now? Because we can utilize the caucus time to potentially discuss those as well. Seeing none. All right, so we're going to, Sam, did you have your hand up? Yes.
I just wanted to just note before you went to corner caucus, there is also a fiscal note on 1318. Also, same reason, mandate. That one's a little more defined as to the cost. There's actual costs on it, so you can see what the requirements are for. So if you wanted me to pull that up before you go to corner caucus, in case you wanted to also talk about that one, I could do that.
Yeah, let's. So the only real change would be the fiscal note on that.
Well, it's also a mandate, so it's the same question of how you would want to proceed. But the mandate is a little more.
Yeah. Well,
you
let's
can see it a little better.
At least put it up so we can have
Just
it
go on the road, or you make it in the office.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we're going to try to caucus.
So this is 1318, and this one was an act to increase high school graduation rates for students experiencing education disruption. This one is not just a policy change. So this one has some more defined requirements as to what districts must do to aid students who are experiencing education disruption. So you can see here in the note what the anticipated costs are. And that might help you decide how to proceed, because you've got some real numbers there.
Thank you. Okay.
So
I'm sorry, Senator, could we, what was the vote on that? Was that a divided report or unanimous?
I don't believe that was divided. I think that one was unanimous. And Sam, could you confirm that for me? At the time it was voted, it was unanimous. I don't know if there were late votes.
Yes, Sam, pulling it up right now. Let's see. It was unanimous. It was unanimous ought to pass as amended, and
Great.
every member on the committee voted.
Thank you.
Would you like me to forward you over email? It was a little while ago that I sent it, but I can send it to everybody so you have it at the top of your emails during your conversations.
Thank you, Sam. And folks, keep in mind, we are here for some confirmation. So if we can do our best to keep the caucus fairly brief. Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does Representative Hepler have our corner caucus link, please?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that question.
Just now.
Okay, so I got 11:55. We have, 10 minutes do it. Let's do it. Just give it a shot. Thank you.
Sam, I guess we can go off camera until they come back.
Yes, Margaret, there won't be any conversation or anything.
Okay,
So
great.
yeah.
Morning, Representative Roach.
Morning, Senator Rafferty. Sorry, I've been in a lot. Thanks.
Hey, I know you're at school, so I know,
It's graduation night and
oh dear.
6 o'clock outdoors, and we're trying to figure out weather, set up. You know, it's been nuts. But
And you know what? You can prepare for anything and you're still not prepared. It's just amazing. Yeah. But I'm going to give you an opportunity to say hello, introduce yourself. Okay.
yep, I'll do it right now. Good.
I think we're back. It looks like I think we've got most folks are back. Folks, we're just coming out of caucus, so I want to give Representative Roach an opportunity to introduce himself.
I apologize for my tardiness in a couple of different things this morning, but my name is Tim Roach, District 7 Wells, and hoping that any thunderstorm happens tomorrow, not tonight.
Well, good luck. We hope for, you've been bragging all spring about clear skies in Wells, and, now you need them the most. I know that graduation day feeling, but good luck tonight. So I guess we're going back to our discussions. We're in the midst of LD 880, and we also brought up LD 1318, but going back to LD 880 in terms of the information we received from Sam on the fiscal note. Any discussion, question at this point? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was able to text the sponsor, Senator Daughtry, about her bill, and she would like to have a 90% appropriation attached to the bill.
Okay. Any questions on that? So when we go back to.
Do we need to vote out? No, we're good. Okay.
I will get it processed at 90%.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Sam, that you need for us information wise on that?
Nope, I'm good with 880.
880. All right, so we can move on to 1318, which you also mentioned had a potential fiscal cost, which you gave us. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Likewise, when the fiscal note came out, Mr. Sanif, whenever you sent it out to us, I informed the sponsor of the bill, and he would like to put the mandate preamble on.
Any other discussion on that? Okay. Well, Sam, do we?
I think we're okay, Senator. I will get those.
Okay, so that completes, I think we got them, 278, 1189, 474, did we do? Yeah, and 880 and 318. Okay, great. All right. That said, we can close our work sessions and get back to our confirmations, I believe. And that was the primary reason for us being here and assembling today. But as most of you are aware, the legislature is quite busy these days. And I was very fortunate in that the Senate got out a little bit earlier both days than the representatives. So please excuse them if there's any fatigue factor visual in their their body language this morning. It's been a long week, even though it was short with the holiday. It's been a long week. In any case, folks, thank you for being here today. And this, I just want to state that this is a public hearing of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. It's for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor for reappointment for various appointments to various areas. And this morning, the first one we're here for is for the appointment or a reappointment of Ms. Michelle Ames of Portland for the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. The committee basically will hear some testimony from the governor's representative. Please keep in mind that this meeting is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel, and that means that anyone who is in as a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard. If their microphone is unmuted, people coming in to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. So can I get a pursuant? I'm just going to try to read this initially there's a lot of I think we have 22 appointments today, but pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statute, which requires there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair will recognize Representative Brennan at this time.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Michelle Ames of Portland for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing at the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Joe Boucher as the representative of the governor's office to speak to that nomination.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Bushy, and I am Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Michelle Ames of Portland as a member of the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. In deference to the large number of hearings you have today, I'm going to try to be brief in all of them. The school board, as you know, was established as the policymaking authority and the governing body of the school. It is made up of 17 members, which includes 4 parents of students who are deaf or hard of hearing, 3 deaf representatives of the state's deaf community, 8 members of the general public, at least 2 who must have expertise in deaf education, and 2 students. Michelle Ames is a longtime resident of Maine and has worked throughout the state to advocate for and support Maine's deaf community. She's received multiple vocational degrees in communication design, applied art studies, and small computer studies. She also has a certificate of graduate study as in mental health rehabilitation technician from the University of Southern Maine Muskie School. She has worked as a residential program manager for Goodwill Industries Northern New England's Deaf Services, mental health case manager for the deaf at Community Counseling Center, and as the director of deaf services at Disability Rights Maine. Along with her work, Ms. Ames has been a member of the school board since 2015. Ms. Ames has dedicated her life's work to supporting Maine's deaf and hard of hearing communities and will continue to be an excellent board member. On behalf of Governor Mills, I urge you to support her nomination and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. And does the committee have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing none, then I will now recognize Ms. Ames for the purpose of making a statement concerning her nomination. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Again, good morning. My name is Michelle Ames. I'm from Portland, Maine. And I'm here today to discuss my nomination as a reappointed board member to the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I've been a board member, my count, since 2016. I have witnessed so much transformation in our school since that time. We have more deaf community members who are participating. We are just growing as a school and as a center. We have an executive director who, as a hard of hearing individual, is fluent in American Sign Language. We have more representation of our community, as I said, and all of these things lead to great models for our children who are deaf and hard of hearing. I graduated from GBSD in 1983, so I'm an alumni. I'm also a proud member of the deaf community and have worked with the deaf community professionally for 23 years. My current job is with Disability Rights Maine. I've been there for 6 years and I am the Deaf Services Director and took on that position a few years ago. I am honored to be reappointed to the school board and to continue my membership for the foreseeable future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congratulations. At this time, do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none. And then in terms of, we do receive public comment and written testimony, and there is room for comments from the public, although I don't believe, Mr. Baker, we've had anyone signed up at this point.
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so we Seeing that, what I would like to do then is, having reviewed the testimony submitted and lent opportunity for comment, I am going to bring the Joint Standing Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs for Ms. Michelle Ames of Portland for reappointment to the School Board of Maine Education Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf to closure. So in accordance with the law, the committee may not take a vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, I will just want to ask, are there any objections to moving with the pending vote? Please raise your hand if you object. Seeing no objections, I would like to bring the pending question before the committee. Is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommends to the state of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Michelle Ames of Portland for reappointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. And in doing so, we will, a vote of yes will be in favor of the recommendation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Again, seeing no comment, I will ask the committee chair to please call the roll.
Did you mean clerk, Senator?
sorry,
Did you?
clerk.
Okay, all right, sorry. I just didn't want to.
I'm trying to take over your job,
Okay.
Sam, too. you know.
Okay. No problem, Senator. And also just a reminder to the committee too that for confirmation votes, there are no absentee votes. So the only votes that'll get recorded are members that are present and voting right now. All right. So Senator Rafferty.
Yay.
Senator Rafferty votes yay. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette. Oh, are you there, Representative Millette? Okay. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. And Representative Millette, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, that's okay, Representative. Do you mind just turning on your video too, just so I can? Okay.
Yes, I
Representative
had to
Millette?
get a fan. I'm getting a little hot in here, so. All right, yes.
That's okay. You can't vote if you pass out. So, all right. Thank you, Representative. All right, Senator. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the nomination. Confirmation, sorry.
Thank you very much, Sam. So that said, I just want to congratulate Ms. Ames as a Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Is that the nomination of Ms. Michelle Ames of Portland for reappointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations. Thank you for all you're doing and good luck moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
And I will bring that hearing to a close. So moving on, and I will open the next hearing, and the next hearing is a public hearing for consideration of the nomination of Roxanne Baker of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. That said, I am looking for the motion, please, a motion for the nomination.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Roxanne Baker of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the School Board of Maine Educational Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you for that nomination, Representative Brennan. I appreciate that. And I would like to, at this time, recognize the governor's representative, Mr. Joe Bushy, for some comments.
Thank you again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Bushy, Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here now to speak in support of the reappointment of Roxanne Baker of Cape Elizabeth as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. Roxanne Baker attended the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf and graduated from Gallaudet University with degrees in both theater and psychology. Ms. Baker began a teaching career at the University of Maine, Augusta as an American Sign Language and Deaf Culture instructor and has spent over 20 years teaching American Sign Language. Currently, she is at the University of Southern Maine and the Waynfleet School as an ASL instructor. Outside her work, Ms. Baker is involved with multiple organizations focused on deaf culture, as well as having started the Deaf Entertainment Foundation in California. For her work in promoting an awareness of ASL deaf culture, Ms. Baker was awarded the Blaine House Award, as well as receiving a special commendation during ASL Deaf Culture Week in the state of Maine. She has served on the board since 2017. Given her passion and experience, will continue to be a great asset to the board. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask you to support the reappointment of Roxanne Baker of Cape Elizabeth, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from committee members?
Thank you.
Thank you. And so that said, I would like to recognize Ms. Roxanne Baker for purpose of making a statement concerning her nomination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. By the way, it is so nice to see you, Representative Brennan. We were on a study committee many years ago and talking about the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf at the time. It's so nice to see you. I'm happy to see familiar faces. And also, Ms. Millette is a member of my community, down here in Southern Maine. So it's also very nice to see you as well. I want to thank you all for your consideration of my reappointment. I have to say, though, 2017 isn't quite when I joined. I joined way before 2017. And why I've stayed involved all these years, it's really quite simple. I am a proud alum of the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I grew up there. I consider it to be my alma mater, my home, and I want to give back to the children, to the community, and to the school. GBSD plays a huge role when I look at how I developed as an individual, as an adult. The rich environment of American Sign Language, the many role models of adults and peers that I looked up to while I was there. The deaf community, I believe that we have so much to share in terms of common experience, as well as diversity within our community, the mutual respect that we give to one another, regardless of our differences, our common goals around communication and choice and educational choice. I want to continue to ensure that we are providing a language-rich environment for our deaf and hard of hearing children. I continue to teach American Sign Language at the University of Southern Maine. And I just counted, I thought it was 20 years, and it's been 30 years. I'm amazed. But yes, my involvement in teaching ASL shows further my commitment. So GBSD and the Maine Educational Center of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, we work on behalf of deaf and hard of hearing children all over the state of Maine. In fact, we work on behalf of deaf and hard of hearing children, many who are not in the state of Maine, who benefit from some of the work that we do, some of the leadership that our school faculty and leaders have provided. I want to carry on that legacy and to give back to my community. And I'm thrilled that we have so many members of our deaf community who are joining the board. I think we have 4 or 5 of us here today who are being appointed or reappointed. And I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled and honored. And thank you for the time today, letting me speak. And thank you for your consideration.
No, thank you. And any questions at this time, folks, of Ms. Baker? Seeing none, and we have allowed opportunity for the public to make comments either in favor or against. We have anyone here to speak today? I don't think so, Sam. Thank you. And so that said, then, and all that has been considered in terms of writing, I would ask that I will call the hearing by the committee for the reappointment of Ms. Baker to the school board of the Maine Education Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf, to a closure. And as we did moments ago, by law, we cannot have a vote on this appointment and within 15 minutes of closure unless otherwise agreed. Is there anyone that opposes our vote to consider the nomination? Seeing none, then the pending question for the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommends the Senate of the 130th Legislature the nomination of Ms. Roxanne Baker of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. Those of you that approve will respond with a yay. Those opposed with a nay. And I will ask our committee clerk, please, if you would be kind enough to call the roll.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Was there a second to that? Do we need a second? I don't know.
I don't believe so. No, I think we're
Okay,
good. Thank
that's
you.
good. Yep.
Thanks for checking on me. Sam, if you would, please.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yay.
Senator Rafferty votes yay. Senator Woodson?
Yay.
Senator Woodson votes yay. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge? Ooh. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes, and thank you so much, Ms. Baker, for your continued service.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. And Representative Dodge, are you there? You getting a fan too, maybe? All right. Can't record her vote. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you. In that, so we had a unanimous decision in terms of yays from the committee, and having voted in the affirmative, the Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, the nomination of Ms. Roxanne Baker of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Thank you very much, folks, and congratulations, Ms. Baker.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work, and we wish you well moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I will call that hearing to a close. We have
Senator Rafferty?
Yes, sir.
If I could just interrupt, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to thank Ms. Baker has been involved with Governor Baxter School for the Deaf for almost a quarter century, and her contributions are legendary and fundamentally important to the functioning of the school. And I just want to thank her for her past work and continued work as a board member.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, I did look back. I was confused. Her term was last addressed in 2017, but she did join the board in '99.
Wow. Well, congratulations for all you've done, and again, good luck moving forward. Next up, I would like to open the public hearing of the education. Hello.
Senator Rafferty, sorry, I apologize for interrupting. We'll be switching interpreters, so I want to make sure to notify the audience members too.
Thank you. So I'll open the next hearing for the confirmation of Ms. Lisette Belanger of Portland for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf at this time. And I am looking for a motion.
Sandra, I'll move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Lisette Belanger of Portland for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And I would ask for and open for a comment from Mr. Joe Bushy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you once again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the committee. My name is Joe Bushy, Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here now to speak on behalf of the governor in support of the reappointment of Lisette Belanger of Portland as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. Ms. Belanger attended the American School for the Deaf as well as Gallaudet University, where she received a bachelor's degree in French and returned later to receive her master's degree in counseling. Her career has involved work as an employment specialist and rehabilitation technical specialist. She's now retired, but currently serves on the board and in the past has served on the Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Late Deafened. I believe she is the chair of that board now. If she isn't, I believe she has been in the past. She's also a member of the Maine Association of the Deaf, and in 2018 was awarded the Deaf Leadership Award for her work. Her work and technical experience paired with her experience as a deaf individual with a deaf child gives her excellent insight to continue serving this board. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support the reappointment of Lisette Belanger of Portland, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Not seeing any questions at this time. So that said, I'm going to give Ms. Belanger an opportunity to make a statement concerning her nomination.
Thank you. I wanted to also add some insight around people's lives and cultural lives has to do as well with experience with the Peace Corps. I also have an adult child who is deaf and has other disabilities as well. So I understand that the education of deaf and hard of hearing children, as well as deaf children with other disabilities, is critically important. The future of these children is at stake here. We need to start them off with access to excellent education. We need to start them off with access to language, communication, socialization. I am the chair of the Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Late Deafened, as well as the chair of the school board for MECDHH and GBSD. Alphabet soup there. I'm not so great with acronyms. This is my second year as chair of the school board, and I continue to volunteer in other manners as well in and around the deaf community. And I want to thank you for your consideration and your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does any committee member have any questions, please, at this time for Ms. Belanger? Seeing none. Sam, is there any public comment at this time?
We don't have anybody signed up for this morning session, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And that said, and having the committee had opportunity to review any written information received and related materials to the confirmation, I will call the hearing on the Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs for Ms. Belanger to the School Board of the Maine Education Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf to a close. So the pending motion before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education, I'm sorry. I have to make our ask for a change in procedure in that we normally would have to wait 15 minutes, but if we have no opposition, we can move to vote inside of the 15-minute time limit. Is anyone opposed to moving the vote forward at this time? Seeing no opposition, I will move the nomination forward. So the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Legislature the nomination of Ms. Lisette Belanger of Portland for the reappointment to the school board for the Maine Education Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. So we can do so with we'll have a roll call vote. All those in favor of the confirmation will respond with a yes. Anyone against will with a no. Is the committee ready for the question? It appears we are, and I will ask our committee clerk to please call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge? Still not with us. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach? I think he's not with us. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. And I see Representative Dodge is with us again. Representative Dodge?
Oops, excuse me. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dodge votes yay. And Senator, we have all members present. All members present are voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you very much. So then the vote being to confirm the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs confirms the nomination of Ms. Lisette Belanger of Portland for reappointment to the school board for the Maine Education Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations. Thank you again for your continued service. It's
Thank
nice
you.
to have all of you folks working so hard for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Next up is Ms. Jamie Garrett. So this public hearing will be for the committee for the purpose of considering the nomination of Ms. Jamie Garrett of Presque Isle for the appointment to the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I'm looking for a motion, please, to confirm the, motion for confirmation. Sorry.
Senator Rafferty, I would move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Jamie Garrett of Presque Isle for appointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And at this time, then, I will ask that the Governor Mills's representative, Mr. Joe Bushy, comment to the nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Bushy. I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills, and I'm here on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the appointment of Jamie Garrett of Presque Isle as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School Board for the Deaf. Ms. Garrett's a longtime resident of Presque Isle, parent of a deaf, hard of hearing child, and that will make her an excellent candidate for the board. She's a graduate of Presque Isle High School, went on to earn her bachelor's degree in elementary education from the University of Maine at Presque Isle, and has worked as a special education technician with MSAD 42, has worked with Maine Hands and Voices as a guide by your side, and has become an Astra guide focused on helping families with children who are deaf or hard of hearing in their educational experiences. Currently, she works for Thompson Financial Group as a brand strategist and client service representative. And outside of her work, she's a dedicated member of her community, serving on numerous boards and organizations, including the Presque Isle Rotary, Board of Directors for the Northern Maine Fair, Make-A-Wish Foundation, and the Girl Scouts of Maine. Between her professional and personal experiences, Ms. Garrett will be a great asset to the board, and on behalf of Governor Mills, I would urge you to support her nomination. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Any questions from any committee member? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so at this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Garrett for an opportunity to make a statement concerning her nomination.
Thank you. That said everything, really. I would just like to say that it's an honor to be able to represent the more northern part of the state. So as a parent of a deaf and hard of hearing child, I think that's important, but being able to have someone here from the county as part of the Baxter School is just really exciting. So thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you. Committee members with any questions? Seeing none and weighing public opportunity for input and written or oral, I would like to move forward. And so at this point, I would like to call the hearing to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Ms. Garrett for reappointment, for appointment to the Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf is now closed. And again, we need to waive the 15-minute period. Anyone opposed to doing so? Then I'd like to move the nomination. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate for the 130th legislature the nomination of Ms. Jamie Garrett of Presque Isle for appointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. We can do so with a yay vote, meaning you approve of the confirmation. A no vote would be you're against the motion to recommend. Is the committee ready for the question? Yes, so I would ask, please, that the committee clerk, Mr. Baker, if you'd be kind enough to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach? Still not with us. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yay, and I'm very pleased to support a fellow Umpy Owl.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Senators. So the vote is unanimous of those present voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you. So having the vote be in the affirmative, I would have the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, the nomination of Ms. Jamie Garrett of Presque Isle for appointment to the School Board of the Maine Education Center of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations. Thank you for your work and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
And
the interpreter. Oh,
yeah, we're just going to switch interpreters. We'll just give our audience members a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next public hearing is for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Corda L. Kinsey of Reedfield for the appointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and to the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. And I am looking for a motion to confirm, please.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Corda Kinsey of Reedfield for reappointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And at this time, we have a statement by the representative for Governor Mills, and that would be Joe Bushy.
Thank you once again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Bushy, Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills, and I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Corda Kinsey of Reedfield as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School of the Deaf. Ms. Kinsey is a graduate of the University of Denver, where she received a bachelor's degree in education and sociology before coming to the University of Maine at Orono to get a master's degree in education and special education. She's worked for Centiro, helping school districts design, develop, and provide professional development for staff. She's also been program coordinator for the Maine Department of Education's initiative Teamwork for Kids, which focused on funding school projects with positive outcomes for students with disabilities. More recently, she has worked as the director of Maine Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports and as an educational strategist for Gear Up at Centiro. Ms. Kinsey has dedicated her life to providing Maine's youth with path to success, and her focus has been on helping students with different abilities and the teachers who help them. Ms. Kinsey's a perfect fit for this board and will continue to be an amazing asset to the board's work. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support the reappointment of Corda Kinsey of Reedfield, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Any questions of Mr. Bushy? Seeing none, then I am going to recognize Ms. Corda L. Kinsey for an opportunity to comment.
Ooh, Corda, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Okay, that's one. There we go. Start that again, right? Thank you. Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. It's great to be here this afternoon. I had this little statement planned. I also wanted to say hi to Senator Woodson. We go back a little ways, and I had a statement, but it's not the right statement. What I want to do is tell you we're right in the middle of strategic planning right now for Governor Baxter, and it's a wonderful process. It's asking everybody from students to families to staff to leadership to the board about what we want to see in the future for the school, and really getting us to hold special wands and make dreams for years from now on what we're going to do for these children that are all over the state of Maine. So I just wanted to say thank you for your consideration. I am retired, but I am a trained life coach, and I love bringing all of those skills to the work that I'm doing right now. So it's hard to be retired and still be working, but I see all you are working really hard still. So I guess we just keep on working. Thank you.
Thank you. Any committee members have any questions at this time?
I'd just like to say hi, Corda. It's so good to see you. And Corda is probably has the biggest heart and has helped so many people. So it's so good to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for that comment, Senator. That's very nice. So we've had opportunity for public to weigh in. We've also had a chance to review any written testimony. And so does anyone have any questions of Ms. Kinsey at this time? Again, seeing none, then I will call the hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs of Ms. Corda L. Kinsey of Reedfield for reappointment to the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf to a close. And normally we would wait 15 minutes. If there are no committee members opposed to doing so, I would like to move forward with a vote and not wait. Anyone opposed to moving forward? Seeing no opposition, then the pending question before this committee is that the Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the state of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Corda L. Kinsey of Reedfield for the appointment to the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. And is the committee ready to vote? It appears we are, and I will ask that the committee clerk, please, Mr. Baker, if you would be kind enough, please, to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. I still don't see Representative Roach. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Excellent. So that the vote of affirmation is confirmed and so that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs nomination of Ms. Corda L. Kinsey of Reedfield for appointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations, Ms. Kinsey. We thank you for your work and wish you well moving forward.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you, folks. Our next hearing will be for the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee to consider the nomination by the governor of Mr. Terry Morrill of Gorham for the reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I'm looking for a motion to move that confirmation forward. Representative Brennan.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Terry Morrill of Gorham for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you, Representative. And I will ask for a statement by the Governor Mills's representative, Mr. Bushy.
Thank you again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Terry Morrill of Gorham as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School Board for the Deaf. Mr. Morrill attended the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf, and upon graduating high school, attended the University of Southern Maine, where he received a bachelor's degree in social work, then went on to earn a master's degree in social work from the University of New England. He has worked in a number of settings as a clinical social worker and is currently at the Maine Department of Labor as a regional manager and director of division for the deaf, hard of hearing, and late deafened. Outside of his work, he's a member of the National Association of the Deaf and is a president for the Maine Association of the Deaf. He also serves on the state's E911 Advisory Council and the Total Communication Relay Service Council. Between his knowledge of and time working with the deaf community, his history in social work makes Mr. Morrill a continued asset to the board. And on behalf of Governor Mills, I ask you to support his reappointment, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Bushy?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to, at this time, recognize Mr. Morrill for a comment as to his nomination.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you so much. As you know, I'm Terry Morrill. I just want to say that kudos to all of you for doing this over and over and over again. You must be very fatigued. I will be no longer the MEAD Maine Association of the Deaf tomorrow There will be a vote tomorrow. I can't have a fourth term, so that role will be handed off to someone else. I'm looking forward to seeing who that individual will be, but the experience has been tremendously rich for me. The legacy that I've seen and that has been passed on to me has just been tremendously rich. I support our Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, our on-island and local center programs, as well as all of the children throughout the state who are in their public school districts. My goal as a role model is to empower those children and their families so those children can be the very best that they can be moving forward. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Are there any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, and having given opportunity for public input and comment, as well as testimony, I will, those were all considered by the committee. I'm going to call the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs of Mr. Terry Morrow of Gorham for the reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf, is now closed. I'm going to need the committee's help in waiving the 15-minute time frame typically required. If anyone is opposed to us moving forward with the nomination, please raise your hand. Seeing no opposition, I am going to move the nomination. So the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Terry Morrow of Gorham for the reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. This will require a vote by the committee. All those in favor of the confirmation will respond with a yes. Anyone against will respond with a no. And is the committee ready for a vote? It appears we are, and I will ask then that our committee clerk, Mr. Baker, please, if you would be kind enough to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge? Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. And seeing that, that the committee will move the nomination of Mr. Terry Morrell of Gorham for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much for your past work.
Thank you.
Anything moving forward. You take care. Have a good day.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you.
Our next public hearing by the committee will be for the purpose of considering the nomination of Mr. Mr. Michael Pulsifer of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I looking for a motion to move the confirmation forward.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Michael Pulsifer of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And I appreciate that. And I will ask for a comment, please, by the Governor Mills's representative today, Mr. Joe Bushy.
Thank you once again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Bushy, Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. Here on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Michael Pulsifer of Cape Elizabeth as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. Mr. Pulsifer spent his career dedicated to Maine schools after graduating from the University of Maine with a bachelor's degree in education and English. While teaching at Lewiston High School, he also went on to earn a master's degree in school administration. He's served as athletic director and assistant principal at Sanford Junior High School, the principal at the LaRanger Middle School, and assistant superintendent and director of operations and business manager for RSU 23. He has also served as the superintendent of schools in Saco and later Chebeague Island. Throughout his career, Mr. Pulsifer has been able to experience every level of the public education system and has in-depth knowledge of this board, which he has served on for several years. I believe he is currently the vice chair of the board. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support the reappointment of Michael Pulsifer and would be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Any questions of Mr. Bushy? Seeing none, then I am going to recognize Mr. Michael Pulsifer of Cape Elizabeth for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and other members of the committee. It's been my good fortune to serve on this board. And as a retired person, I found that I still wanted to give somehow, and this is an excellent opportunity. Being a full-time grandfather is fun too, but I also enjoy working with the school and all the people associated with the Baxter School. And if you would be so good as to affirm me, I would be happy to serve again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, folks, at this time of Mr. Pulsifer? Seeing none, and having, excuse me, having given opportunity for public comment and having reviewed any written testimony that's come in, I am going to bring the Joint Standing Committee's hearing on Education and Cultural Affairs of Mr. Pulsifer of Cape Elizabeth for the reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf to a close. I would also looking to look for a waiver in terms of the 15-minute rule. Anyone opposed to doing so, please raise your hand. Seeing no opposition, I am going to present the pending question before the committee. Is that the Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Michael Pulsifer of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. We can do so with a yes vote. Will be in favor of the recommendation of the confirmation. A no vote would be against the motion. Is the committee ready for a vote? We are. I would ask, please, once again, Mr. Baker, if you would be kind enough to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray? You there, Representative McCray? No. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. And Representative McCray, are you there? All right, can't record his vote. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you very much. So the Joint Standing Committee on Educational Cultural Affairs moved the nomination of Mr. Michael Pulsifer of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations, Mr. Pulsifer. Thank you for your work and good
Thank
luck moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
And Senator, we're just going to pause one moment.
Sure.
And I think we're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, the public hearing of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs is for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Elizabeth A. Seal of Lisbon Falls for appointment to the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I am looking for a motion to confirm.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Miss Elizabeth Seal of Lisbon Falls for appointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And at this time, I would like to recognize Governor Mills' representative today, Mr. Joe Bushy, for comment as to this nomination.
Thank you once again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Bushy. I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills, here to speak on behalf of the governor in favor of the appointment of Elizabeth Seal of Lisbon Falls as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. Ms. Seals graduated from Southern Maine Community College with an associate's degree in early childhood education. She later received a bachelor's degree in linguistics with a minor in deaf studies. She has worked in her professional life at Lutheran Social Services and Group Mainstream as a direct support professional. And in 2014, she became a teacher at the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And 2017 began working with Maine Hands and Voices as a deaf and hard of hearing team leader. As a mother, she is the parent of deaf children and would understand the importance of the role of the school. And on behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support Elizabeth Seal of Lisbon Falls for appointment. I think she'll be a great member of the board and would be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Any questions, folks, of Mr. Bushy at this time? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to recognize Ms. Elizabeth Seal for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan. My name is Elizabeth Seal. I am from Lisbon Falls. As you've heard, I'm here to discuss my nomination to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and GBSD, Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I am a deaf mom. I have 4 children, deaf and hard of hearing, each of them between the ages of 1 and 10. I am also a teacher of the deaf. So I feel that my own personal experience as a deaf individual, as a parent of deaf and hard of hearing children, as well as my professional background in special education and deaf education make me a perfect fit for the school board for MECDHH and GBSD. I think I can see things from all perspectives, deaf education, personal experience, parental experience. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Seal. Any questions, folks, at this time? So seeing none, and knowing that we've given opportunity for public input, we've had opportunity to review testimony, and I will, the committee has, I will call, so that I will call the hearing on Ms. Elizabeth Seal of Lisbon Falls for appointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf, is closed. Thank you. Again, the 15-minute rule plays into effect here. And is there any opposition to us moving forward with the confirmation? Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the states, to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature, the nomination of Ms. Elizabeth A. Seal of Lisbon Falls for appointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. Keep in mind, a vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready to vote? Appears we are, and I will ask again, please, Mr. Baker, if you would be kind enough to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge. Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. I see Representative Roach is with us again. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. And congratulations. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Ms. Elizabeth A. Seal of Lisbon Falls to the appointment to the school board on the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, and good luck to you moving forward.
Thank you.
Our next hearing for the purpose of considering the nomination of Ms. Sandra K. Wood of Portland for the appointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I am looking for a motion to move the confirmation forward.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Sandra K. Wood of Portland for appointment to the school board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Governor Baxter School for the Deaf.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. So, and at this time, I would like to recognize Governor Mills's representative today, Mr. Joe Bushy, for some words to the nomination.
Thank you once again. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Joe Bushy. I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the appointment of Sandra Wood of Portland as a member of the school board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. Miss Wood's a graduate of Purdue University with degrees in linguistics and psychology. She has a master's degree in linguistics from the University of Connecticut and a doctorate in linguistics as well. Miss Wood has held a myriad of teaching positions related to instruction on ASL, deaf culture, and she has worked at many universities such as Purdue, the University of Connecticut, the University of Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, McDaniel College, and Gallaudet. She's currently at the University of Southern Maine and has given numerous presentations and published several works on the topics of language acquisition and American Sign Language. Her knowledge and experience in teaching ASL and deaf culture will make Miss Wood an invaluable addition to the board. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask you to support the nomination of Sandra Wood for appointment and would be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. I do have a hand up from Representative McRae.
Yes, I'm just trying to break the pattern a little bit. Mr. Bushy, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I do have a question, just more out of curiosity rather than actually the hearing. How big a board is this, and are the terms staggered?
When the board was originally set up, they were staggered, so it doesn't all expire at once. There have been long stretches where no appointments were made, and that goes back years. I worked in the Baldacci administration, and it was always a bit of a struggle to fill the board at that time as well. And I think it's just always been that way. It is a 17-member board, and there's breakdowns. Needs to have 4 parents of students that are deaf or hard of hearing, 3 representatives of the state's deaf community, 8 members of the general public, and at least 2 of those members have to have expertise in deaf education. And then there are also 2 student members. So it is quite a large board with some very specific requirements.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, then I am going to call on Ms. Wood for comment relative to the nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As you know, my name is Dr. Sandra Wood. I live in Portland, Maine. I am here today to discuss my nomination to the school board of MECDHH and GBSD, the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Children, and Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I got my PhD from the University of Connecticut in 2012. My area of study or expertise has been on the structure, the syntactical structure of American Sign Language, studying gestural systems as well, and the acquisition of American Sign Language. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Southern Maine in the linguistics department and have been there since 2017. In the 4 years that I have been here in Maine, I've been very involved in the deaf community, and I am aware of some of the history and the values that come when we talk about language access for deaf children, especially access to American Sign Language, making sure that children do not suffer from language deprivation. Much of my research has been on the subject of language deprivation and children lacking that foundational language that we all need in order to become thriving adults. Along with my research and my training in education, my experience as a deaf person and as an educator, I feel that I would be a valuable member to the school board. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Folks, any questions at this time of Ms. Wood? Again, seeing none, and I know that there's no one registered for oral comment, and having reviewed any written testimony, the committee will proceed as follows. The hearing on the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Ms. Sandra K. Wood of Portland for appointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the School and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf is now closed in accordance with law, and I will ask that the committee waive or consider waiving the 15-minute rule. If there is no opposition, we can begin a voting procedure shortly. Any opposition to moving forward at this time? Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Sandra K. Wood of Portland for the appointment to the School Board of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. So your vote in favor of recommending the confirmation will be done so by a yes response. Anyone opposed would vote no. Is the committee ready for a vote? It appears we are, and I will ask then, please, if our committee clerk, Mr. Baker, would you be kind enough to call the roll?
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach.
Yes, but even more of a yes if Miss Wood lets that dog jump on her lap while that's trying to get on her.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. And Representative Dodge, are you there? Doesn't look like it. All right, Senator. Well, it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you. So seeing that it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Ms. Sandra K. Wood of Portland for the appointment to the School Board for the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf be confirmed. Congratulations, Ms. Wood. We thank you for your service and wish you well moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That essentially ends our hearings relative to confirmations to the governor, to the school board, as well as the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. We do have additional hearings, you know, and though the next set of hearings is relative to the State Board of Education.
Yep.
I believe we have two.
Yep.
And I thank you, Mr. Bushy, for continuing to be here with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Well, I will.
And may I interrupt just for a moment? I don't believe our services are needed at this time. This is Margaret, one of the interpreters. Sam, are we safe to be excused at this time?
Yes, Margaret, as long as the chairs and committee are okay with that, but I think we've wrapped up all those nominations.
Thank you for your help. We appreciate you folks being here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yes. I have to make the transition here myself. somebody just changed my view, or was it me? Must have been me.
Oh, no, Senator, it was just a few people leaving it, so the screen readjusted itself.
Okay. I saw this great big picture of you, Sam, up close.
That, we don't want that, Senator.
No, actually, it was very nice to, see you in person in a different capacity the other day. It was, he was all duded up in jacket and tie and running around the Senate chamber. That was pretty neat.
Do it all, Senator.
You do. In any case, folks, so at this time, I just want to let folks know that this public hearing for the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs is for the purpose of considering the nominations by the governor for appointments to the State Board of Education. The first is of Ms. Paulette Bonneau of Biddeford. And again, this is for the appointment to the State Board of Education. So at this time, I would like, I'm looking for a motion, please, to move the nomination.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Paulette Bonneau of Biddeford for appointment to the State Board of Education.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And at this time, I would once again like to welcome Mr. Bushy. He is representing Governor Mills this afternoon and will speak to the nomination.
Thanks again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Bushy, and I am Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the appointment of Paulette Bonneau of Biddeford as a member of the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20A, Chapter 5, Section 401. The board consists of 9 voting members and 2 non-voting student members. 4 members must reside in the state's 1st congressional district at the time of appointment. 4 must reside in the state's 2nd congressional district at the time of appointment, and a 5th member can come from either district. All members are appointed by the governor. Ms. Bonneau attended Stonehill College and received her bachelor's degree in psychology. Upon graduating, she became a licensed clinical social worker focusing on mental health and substance use. At the same time, she worked as a school social worker at the John F. Kennedy School, supporting students and their families from grades 3 to 5. She earned her master's in social work from the University of Michigan and received a graduate certificate of advanced studies in educational leadership and administration from the University of Southern Maine. Ms. Bonneau transitioned into the role of assistant principal at the John F. Kennedy School, later becoming principal, and remained in this role until 2015, when she assumed her current position as the director of the Biddeford Regional Center of Technology. Outside of her work, Ms. Bonneau is a member of the Biddeford Workforce Development Committee, Maine Association of Adult Education, the Coalition on Adult Education, York County United Way, Early Childhood Development Committee, and the CTE EPS Formula Work Group. I believe she will be the first active educator allowed to serve on the State Board of Education due to a recent change in statute. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support the appointment of Paulette Bonneau of Biddeford, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Bushy at this time? Seeing none.
Great.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Ms. Bonneau for the purpose of making a statement relative to the nomination.
Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As been stated, my name is Paulette Bonneau, and I live and work in Biddeford. Let me begin by thanking Governor Mills and you for considering me to be a member of the State Board of Education. I was quite surprised when I got the call, and I am very excited to be here before you today. I welcome the chance to make a contribution to the programs and policies that can help to guide Maine's education system. Regardless of COVID-19, it's an exciting time to be in education. Although it has created difficulties, the virus has also created opportunities to reassess how we deliver our education. Why should you approve my nomination? There are many candidates besides myself that are equally suitable for the state board. However, I believe I add a unique perspective that is reflected in my experience and in education. I've been fortunate and blessed to grow both professionally and personally through education and my experiences. My first career as a clinical social worker working in community mental health and substance abuse reinforced the important role that education plays in our lives. I eventually moved into school social work, which has now evolved into what I'm doing today. I wear two hats. I'm the director of the Biddeford Regional Center of Technology, a career in tech high school, and also Biddeford Adult Education. My position is unique because both of these positions are not in name only, but I actually get my hands dirty in both of these programs. I have experience working with elementary students through adult education, and this also includes collaborating with many businesses and stakeholders. One of the things that brings me the greatest fulfillment in my career is that every day I create opportunities for our students to learn in a safe environment so that they can achieve their goals, whether it be a diploma or industry certifications, network with local businesses for their careers, or pursue a post-secondary education. And I have done this by being focused, by hiring quality staff that share this vision, expanded program offerings to reflect student and business interests, implemented middle school CTE, and breathed new life into the pre-tech offerings with a focus for 9th and 10th graders. I have renovated 2 phases of a 3-phase renovation project of our 52-year-old tech center, along with updating its equipment. This has required conservative and thoughtful fiscal management and focused decision-making to support our program's mission. As important to the physical renovation, so is the attention needed to transform the climate and cultural renovation of the schools. This aspect can never be ignored and has required much empathy and patience to change habits and thinking. And it has required and it has pushed me to be a better leader and a better person. In the forefront of my thinking is that education makes connections, connections between curriculum, career, and community. Education has many moving parts, and while history needs to be respected and learned from, we also need to move in directions that will create and sustain opportunities for all of our Maine students in the spirit and the function and the vision of the state board. My involvement over the last 5 years with the Maine Association of Career and Technical Education has been enlightening. It has broadened and deepened my understanding and appreciation of the complexity that secondary career and technical education faces, and as well as the teacher certification issues. I've participated in various committees with the Department of Education, such as been referenced earlier, like the EPS funding work group, Life and Career Ready Standards Steering Committee, and more recently, the Extended Learning Opportunity Work Group, all trying to make opportunities available for all of our students in the state. I've embraced the recent goals of the state board, and if approved, I welcome further discussion and action to propel CTE forward in our state. The overall role of the state board is to guide educational policy, provide oversight of the department's implementation of federal and local initiatives. As an individual member, I'm very committed, and I know that I will need to develop a broad range of knowledge about education throughout our state. It's important to me to acquire the expertise in those areas and to bring a body of experience to discussion and decision-making. I want to be able to support education policies that encourage and support innovative leaders and support our students to follow their passions and then contribute to humanity in a way they find meaningful. If I'm confirmed, I would look very forward to serving the state of Maine. Thank you for this consideration and opportunity, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Folks, do we have any questions at this time? Ms. Benoit, I notice you're a graduate of Stonehill College. And,
I am.
Yeah, great school. My daughter is also a graduate. So you have, I think, like, is it a Skyhawk? Is that right?
Yes.
You go from now you're a Biddeford Tiger, a Skyhawk. Oh,
Yep. I was a Wolverine at the University of Michigan.
There you go.
And a Husky, I guess, at USM.
You have to remember all those mascot names, but thank you. So I didn't see any questions at this time. And I'm not aware, Sam, of any public comment that's been registered.
Correct, Senator.
Thank you. So having reviewed, given that opportunity and having reviewed any written testimony, I would like to call the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs hearing on Ms. Paulette Bonneau of Biddeford for appointment to the State Board of Education is now closed. So at this time, we do again have the so-called 15-minute rule, but I would like to ask if there is no opposition to move the vote. Anyone opposed to us moving forward? Thank you. So the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the state of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Paulette Bonneau of Biddeford for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed, and we can do so with a response of yes to the confirmation, or a vote of no will be against the motion for the confirmation. Is the committee ready to move the vote? As we are, and I will ask Sam if you would be kind enough, sir, to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Sturds.
Yay.
Representative Sturds votes yay. Right, Senator. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you very much, Sam. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Ms. Paulette Bonneau of Biddeford for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. Congratulations. Thank you for all you've done and all that you will do. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Have a great day.
You too.
Congratulations.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations, Paulette. This is a great nomination, a woman who was got great experience and an individual who is still in the field, hands-on, and I'm so happy for you in the state of Maine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. Our next hearing by the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by Governor Mills of Mr. Joshua Taft Linwand. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, of Yarmouth, for the appointment to the State Board of Education. And I would be looking for a motion for that nomination.
Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Joshua Taft Linwan of Yarmouth for appointment to the State Board of Education.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And I would, at this time, like to invite Mr. Bushy for comment.
Thank you once again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Bushy, and I am Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'd like to thank you for spending a part of your day with me today. I'm here today on behalf of the governor for the final time to speak in support of the appointment of Joshua Linewand of Yarmouth as a member of the State Board of Education. Joshua is currently a junior at Yarmouth High School, so he will be one of the 2 student members of the State Board of Education. He's an active member of the school community, member of many extracurricular activities, including the school's debate team, student senate, class council, Model UN, and math team. He's also an accomplished athlete, having been a member of Yarmouth High School's cross-country team, indoor track team, and outdoor track team. So in addition to being a better student than I was in high school, he's probably a lot faster than I ever was. Alongside his education and extracurriculars, Mr. Linewand is a member of the trail crew for the Royal River Conservation Trust. His hard work is focused on helping him achieve his goal of one day becoming a U.S. Senator. And I think he will be a great fit for the board. Like I said, he's a much better student than I ever was. And I really enjoy, just on a personal note, doing these student nominations. They're always so impressive. And you don't see the whole process we go through. We get 3 recommendations from the state board. These student members have to apply. They write long essays. They get 3 or 4 recommendation letters from teachers. So it's a pretty involved process, and he rose to the top of a pretty impressive group. So I really hope you can support his nomination. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you would have.
Thank you, sir. And I'm not seeing any questions, but that is quite a resume already for such a young man. Congratulations. And I would like to now give you an opportunity to speak to make a statement concerning your nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I wish to start by apologizing if I look at all pallow or if my eyes don't look as good. My allergies are hitting me very severely. So if I cough or sneeze or do anything during this process, it's no slight to you. Next, I wish to thank Deputy Director Bushy for that beautiful praise he gave me, and I only hope that I can live up to all of it. Now, as mentioned, my name is Joshua Linewand. I'm from Yarmouth, and I'm here to discuss my appointment to student member of the State Board of Education. The 2 largest assets I believe I bring to the board are my determination and critical thinking skills. In regards to the first point, I consider myself an extremely determined individual, be it meeting academic goals, breaking running times, or achieving high levels of performance in my extracurricular activities such as debate. When I set a goal or focus my attention on a topic, I try as hard as humanly possible, and then some, to achieve it. If confirmed to the board, I will approach my tasks in regard to it, devote time and effort to it in such a way that can only be described as awesome. But I bring more to the board than just determination, but determination without purpose is useless. Hence, the other great service I hope to bring to the board is my critical thinking skills. Throughout the years, in school, and activities, and even my leisure time, I've trained myself to critically think to an extraordinary degree regarding ideas, being able to accurately look at ideas, and objectively and subjectively judge their merit. This will help myself and the board, because being better informed about ideas leads to more productive discussion, which in turn leads to even better ideas. I thank all of you distinguished committee members for your time, and I humbly hope for your confirmation of me. I am ready to accept any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, thank you very much. Joshua, we appreciate your being here. As I said, you've got quite a resume going already, but, we have any statements, Sam, from any registered speakers? I missed it.
No, Senator.
All right. Well, having none, but having reviewed written testimony, what I would like to do is call the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the Mr. Joshua Taff Linewall to the excuse me, State Board of Education to a close. So in accordance with our rules, as we've been practicing today, is there anyone that objects to us moving forward within that 15-minute time frame with the nomination proceedings? Seeing no objections, I am going to pose the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Joshua Taff Linewall to the for appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. We can do so by utilizing a yes vote in favor of the confirmation, a no vote against the confirmation. Is the committee ready for a vote at this time? It appears we are, and I will ask our committee clerk, please, Sam, if you would kindly call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge? Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you very much, Sam. So, and congratulations, Mr. Linewall.
Congratulations, Josh.
Yeah. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Joshua Taff Linewall of Yarmouth for the appointment to the State Board of Education be confirmed. And again, congratulations. Continue with all the great things it sounds like you've been doing so far. More to come.
Thank you all very much. I'm very excited to have this opportunity, and I hope to not disappoint.
Good luck moving forward. So, folks, that ends our hearings relative to the State Board of Education confirmations. And my breaking any rules, Sam, time-wise, if we move forward? I think we're on schedule, aren't we?
You're the chair, Senator. You make the rules.
I know we specify things at a certain time. I don't want to be breaking any. So
We are right on the dot, 2 o'clock. So we've got nominees in the attendees room. I see Jerry's with us. I know Missy's been with us too. So
right,
I don't
so-
see any reason why we can't roll on through.
we are moving on to the University of Maine Board of Trustees. Is that right?
Yes, Senator. Yep.
All right. I just want to make sure I get my nominations up and running right. It wouldn't be like me to go through mistake-free here. So, am I correct that Mr. Reed will be addressing these confirmations?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. Folks, good afternoon. This public hearing is for the Joint Standing Committee on the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee for the purpose of considering the nominations of Mr. Sven Bartholomew of Bureau Brewer, I'm sorry, for the reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. I am looking for a motion for the nomination to move forward.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Sven Bartholomew of Brewer for reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And at this time, I would like to call on Governor Mills's representative, Mr. Jerry Reed, for comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Mills, and I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Sven Bartholomew of Brewer as a member of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. The University of Maine System Board of Trustees is established by Title V MRS 12,004-C and by the University of Maine Systems Charter, Section 102, Private and Special Law 1985, Chapter 532. The Board of Trustees consists of 16 members, one of whom is a student trustee member. Members are appointed by the governor. Mr. Bartholomew is a resident of Brewer. He's a 2002 graduate of the University of Maine at Farmington, where he earned a BA in economics. He served on the Board of Visitors at the University of Maine at Farmington and is a past president of the UMF Alumni Council. Mr. Bartholomew was a member of the University of Maine System Presidential Search Committee for former UMF President Kate Foster, who served as president of UMF from 2012 to 2018. Mr. Bartholomew is the district sales manager for Paychecks, Inc., and prior to that role was a senior vice president at Bangor Savings Bank for 13 years. In 2012, he received the University of Maine at Farmington's Florence Huey Archibald Alumni Service Award. Governor Mills appointed Mr. Bartholomew to his first term on the University of Maine Board of Trustees in May of 2019. He served as chair of the Human Resources and Labor Relations Committee and a voting member of the Investment and Audit Committees. And his work on the President's Commission on Excellence and Equity at the University of Maine is promoting diversity, inclusiveness, and an environmental and social consciousness throughout the system. Governor Mills appreciates Mr. Bartholomew's contributions to the Board of Trustees during his first term and is confident he will continue that good work if confirmed to a second term. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'm pleased to recommend Sven Bartholomew of Brewer for reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the committee of Mr. Reed? Seeing none, then I would like to recognize Mr. Sven Bartholomew for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Chair Joseph Reed Rafferty. My name is Sven Bartholomew and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Sven Bartholomew from Brewer, Maine. I'm here today to discuss with you my reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. The University of Maine System holds an important and meaningful place in my heart. I grew up and graduated at the University of Maine at Farmington. My father, a professor for the University of Maine System for many years, and hopefully my children will be students. I've spent most of my life engaged with the University of Maine System, and I've served the system over the course of my career in several capacities. University of Maine System Board of Trustee, President of the University of Maine at Farmington Alumni Council, and Board of Visitors for the University of Maine at Farmington. I've been a trustee for 2 years. During this time, we have made significant accomplishments at the University of Maine System. We've achieved unified accreditation of the system, thrived through the pandemic, received the largest gift ever to a public institution of higher education in New England, and taken actions to ensure the system's financial health. My position as chair of the Human Resource and Labor Relations Committee and as a voting member of the Executive Investment and Audit Committee have allowed me a better understanding and visibility into the system as a whole. More recently, my advocacy and involvement and the President's Commission on Excellence and Equity at the University of Maine, UMaine 2025, is setting the stage for diversity, inclusion, environmental, and social governance throughout the system. My industry background working for and building financial institutions in Maine has allowed me to cultivate relationships with many in the business community, to better understand the needs of Maine employers, and offers me a holistic view at the educational needs of the state of Maine. This combination of university service and private sector experience will prove valuable to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. The University of Maine System is an important and vital economic engine for Maine. It educates Maine citizens, provides significant career opportunities in local communities, and continues to keep Maine progressive and resilient. I'm enthusiastic and proud of the work we've done, and I feel strongly the University of Maine System is a key component to Maine's future success. The need for cooperation between the University of Maine System schools, industry, and public sector has never been more necessary, facing demographic challenges, increased competition, and growing skills gaps reflect an opportunity to leverage partnership and increase the agility of the University of Maine System to meet the needs of Maine citizens. I would like to be reappointed because of my commitment to the state of Maine, the University of Maine System, and the citizens of Maine. My life's work has been dedicated to supporting Maine communities, small businesses, and higher education. I'm confident I have the experience, passion to ensure my leadership makes a difference for Maine citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Bartholomew at this time? Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bartholomew, was Mark Bartholomew your father?
Yes, Representative Hepler.
I was honored to have known him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, and I'm unaware of any registered speakers. Sam? No.
None at this time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Having given opportunity for public input, having reviewed any written text, I am going to move that the hearing on the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Bartholomew, a brewer, for the reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with our rules, we have that 15-minute rule. Is there any member of the committee that is opposed to us moving forward? I would like to hear from you now. Hearing or seeing no opposition to us, I would like to move the nomination forward. So the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate for the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Sven Bartholomew, brewer, for the reappointment to the University of Maine Board of Trustees be confirmed. A vote, a yes vote will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. Vote of no will be against the nomination. Is the committee ready for a vote? As we are, and I will ask Mr. Baker if you would please call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Sven Bartholomew of Brewer for the reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for the work you've done and all that lies ahead. We wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. The committee will continue and will move forward with a public hearing relative considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Emily Kane of Orono for reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. And I ask for a motion to move the nomination.
Senator Rafferty, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend the confirmation of the Honorable Emily Ann Kane of Orono for reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. So at this time, I'd like to recognize once again Mr. Jerry Reed for comments relative to the nomination.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Jerry Reed, and I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Mills, here today to speak on behalf of the governor in support of the reappointment of Emily Kane of Orono as a member of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. Emily Kane is no stranger to public service. Her name, both in Orono and Augusta, speaks for itself. As a longtime resident of Orono and a graduate of the University of Maine, her love for and dedication to this system has always been a top priority for her. As a 2002 graduate of the University of Maine, she earned her BA in music education and graduated with highest honors from the UMaine Honors College, later going on to work for the system for more than a decade in the Honors College as the coordinator of advancement. Emily's passion for education led her to receive her master's degree in higher education in 2004 from Harvard University. In 2004, Emily was elected to the Maine House of Representatives at the age of 24, where she served for 4 terms and went on to serve in the Maine Senate from 2012 to 2014. She served on the Joint Standing Committee on Education, where she was a strong and consistent advocate for higher education. She served on the New England Board of Higher Education and understands well the needs surrounding higher ed and student achievement. Today, Ms. Kane is the executive director of the national organization Emily's List, no relation, which focuses on helping to put women into office who can make significant contributions to education, healthcare, voting rights, and economic equality. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'm pleased to recommend Emily Kane of Orono for reappointment to the University of Maine Board of Trustees and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Does the committee have any questions at this time? Seeing none, I would now like to recognize the Honorable Emily Kane for comment relative to her nomination. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and all of the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Emily Kane. I live in Orono, and I'm very proud to be here as a nominee for reappointment by the governor to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. Last year, my hearing for confirmation with all of you to the original post, which was filling out the term of former State Senator Carl Turner on this board, was Monday, March 9th. That was my first time back to the State House since I had finished in the State Senate in 2014. With COVID in the news, seeing my friends in the hallway, it was a mix of hugs and elbow bumps when I saw former colleagues. And as a former member of this committee, I brought you homemade cookies. And I'm really sorry that I can't do that today because I understand you have a very full day of back-to-back confirmations. We took a photo at the end of that unanimous vote for my confirmation. And then about 48 hours later, the whole country and really the world shut down. So here we are, 14 months later on Zoom, but coming back stronger, smarter, and healthier. And as a member of the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine system since last March, I have never attended a meeting in person, but I hope to very soon. And I'm so grateful to each of you and all of the education leaders across Maine, particularly at the University of Maine system, but our teachers and faculty members, parents and students, administrators, staff, and more, for all that you have done to keep education front and center through the pandemic in Maine. As you heard, I am a proud graduate of UMaine, a former and future higher education professional, a student of higher education, and a former legislator with a unique issue understanding when it comes to the state of Maine and the University of Maine system. And I'm honored to have the opportunity to continue as a member of the board. As I shared with you last year, when I was first elected, all I wanted to do was to be on the education committee. It was issues of access, success, affordability, equity, and economic prosperity through higher education that led me to run for office at the age of 24. And those same issues fuel my interest in service through the Board of Trustees today. Affording college was not easy for my family, but thankfully the University of Maine offered an affordable, high-quality option that challenged me academically and opened up doors of opportunity while not leaving me saddled with debt. My husband, my aunt, my uncle, my sister, and my brother-in-law all graduated from, and some continue to work at, the University of Maine. My mother is a proud master's degree graduate from USM, a degree she earned proudly at the age of 50 in 2005. And my dad, while he never attended college, he's a walking advertisement for the affordable, high-quality experience of attending a public college in Maine to anybody who will listen. My support of the system is personal, but my academic, professional, leadership, and policy experience are what make me qualified and ready to continue to have a positive impact as a trustee. As you heard, I was very involved at the University of Maine as a student in music education, then in the Honors College. This was my first glimpse into the ins and outs of the university system. It was in pursuing my master's degree in higher education, administration, and policy that I began to connect the dots between the issues I cared about in higher ed and public service. It was there I realized that not just through campus leadership, but by leadership of elected officials and trustees, that key decisions are made that impact student and campus potential. As a former employee of the University of Maine system, I understand firsthand the on-the-ground implications of decisions of the board, and I value the essential role that faculty, staff, and students on each campus play in ensuring a meaningful college experience. As a legislator for 10 years, I advocated for higher education all across Maine, always working across the state and across the aisle for Maine students and their families. And in tough economic times, I was at the table, effectively fighting not just for Maine's 2 higher education systems, but for record investments in research and development, scholarship support, and debt relief for Maine students and their families. And most of all, as someone who led our state to bipartisan balanced budgets for the better part of a decade, I know the importance of fiscal responsibility while also prioritizing and making investments in order to grow economic and educational opportunity. And as a former chair of the New England Board of Higher Education, I have a unique perspective of understanding the importance of the regional competitiveness of our campuses. And as a current, very part-time but persistent doctoral student earning my PhD in higher education at UMaine, I'm steeped in the research and study of leadership, organizational change, campus governance, and best practices in higher education. Over the last year, I've enjoyed being a member of the board, working with UMS leadership and staff. They are such talented and dedicated people, and the board members volunteer so much of their time and care for the educational success of Maine. As a member of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, I'm engaged in work that is key to the financial and academic health of all of our campuses. I believe in the statewide role and economic role of the University of Maine system, and I've been lucky to visit all 7 campuses of the system, the law school, and several cooperative extension sites multiple times over the last 20 years, and look forward to doing that again and more often after the pandemic clears a little more and we can travel the state again. I want to thank the governor for renominating me and having her faith in me to continue as a trustee. It's a great honor. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, and I'm so appreciative of the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, folks, at this time? Yes, Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had to get all the buttons right there first. First thing I want to tell Emily that I am a proud Black Bear as well. And I have not had the wonderful fortune yet of meeting you in person. And I really can't wait, because at the tender age of 57, you were part of my inspiration to get into this crazy world of the Maine legislature. So when we do get back, I would love to bend your ear and sit down and have lunch, probably in the Cross building would be appropriate. And I hope that can happen soon.
Representative, I'm counting on it. Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you for your service, stepping up to do this kind of work, which is so not glamorous, but is so important. It at any age is a big deal. And I appreciate the kind words, and I look forward to a Cross Center meetup with you, a Cross Cafe meetup with you, or the Cross Center, also a nice place in Bangor, but the Cross Cafe meetup with you as soon as we can make that happen. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks, of Ms. Kane at this time? Thank you very much. So seeing none, I'm not aware of any public comment at this time, but having given that opportunity and also weighed any written information we received, I'd like to continue with our procedure. And that would mean that we are, I would call the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the Honorable Emily Kane of Orono for reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees, now closed. And I am going to ask the committee if we would like to move forward with the vote. We will do so pending any objections to the 15-minute rule. Seeing none at this time, and I would, excuse me, put the pending question before the committee, and that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of the Honorable Emily Kane of Orono for reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. We can do so with a vote of yes in favor of the confirmation. Vote of no would be in opposition to the confirmation. Is the committee ready for a vote? Here's we are, and I will ask for the committee clerk, if you would be kind enough, Sam, to please call the roll.
And can you hear me all?
Yes.
I'm Cheryl McGowan, and I'm the ACFSLG clerk, and I'm relieving Sam for a minute. So thank you for allowing me. And I will start with Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum, yes. Senator Brennan.
Yes.
Senator Brennan, yes. Representative Crocker.
Yes.
Representative Crocker, yes. I apologize, Representative Brennan.
No
Oh my,
apologies being called senator.
okay, sorry. Representative Dodge.
A thankful and musical yay.
Yes, yes, thank you. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman, yes. Representative McCray.
Absolutely, yes.
Representative McCray, absolutely yes. Representative Millett.
Yes, and
Representative Millett, yes.
thank you, Honorable Kane, for serving again.
Representative Roche.
Yes.
Representative Roche, yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury, yes. Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Yep, Representative Stearns, yay. And that's a unanimous yes for Emily Kane.
Thank you very much for your help. And so it is the vote of the Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nominations of the Honorable Emily Kane for the reappointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations, Emily. We thank you for all you've done and wish you luck moving forward and all that you will do for us ahead.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I look forward to seeing all of you sometime, hopefully very soon. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
It's my honor. Thank you.
And that closes out our hearings relative to the Board of Trustees at the university system and moves us into, of course, my other computer goes blank as soon as I need it. We are moving forward to the nominations and confirmation hearings relative to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. With that said, I will open that first hearing, and that is the nomination by Governor Mills of Ms. Christine G. Boone of Stockton Springs for the appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees. I am looking for a motion to confirm. Let's move that vote forward. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Christine G. Boone of Stockton Springs for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And at this time, I would call upon the Governor Mills' representative this afternoon is going to be Melissa O'Neill Lowe to speak to that nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Governor in support of the appointment of Christine Boone of Stockton Springs as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. The Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics, for the Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20A. The board was established as a policymaking authority and governing body of the school. The board is made up of 17 members, including a citizen of Searsport with an active interest in education, 3 members who are teachers, 1 being a full-time teacher at a school and as a non-voting member. The other 2 are teachers from different geographic regions of the state. 10 members of the general public comprised of 4 who are scientists, engineers, or mathematicians, and members of the actual general public. 1 graduate from the Marine School, and a parent of a student, the executive director of a school, and a student elected as the presiding officer of the student body. Ms. Boone is a longtime educator, having gotten her bachelor's degree in education from the University of Maine at Orono and her master's in education from the University of Las Vegas. She has her gifted and talented and English language learner endorsements. Her first teaching position was with the Clark County School District in Las Vegas, Nevada. She remained with Clark County Schools until 2001 when she became the assistant principal of an elementary school there. She spent 2 years there before becoming the school. It's been a long day, I apologize. She spent 2 years at Miller Elementary School before becoming the school's education field supervisor for Husson University, and then a faculty instructor at the New England Institute for Teacher Education. Ms. Boone then returned to elementary ed as a principal at Stockton Springs Elementary School, and later as the principal at Frankfurt Elementary School. In 2008, she transitioned from principal to the gifted and talented coordinator for the entire RSU 20 school district until 2012, where she still filled both roles. Then in 2013, she became the principal of the George B. Weatherized School, as well as the Gifted and Talented Coordinator. On behalf of Governor Mills, we would ask that you support the appointment of Christine Boone of Stockton Springs. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, then I am going to recognize Ms. Christine G. Boone for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination.
Rafferty, Representative Brennan, Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you for hearing me today and considering my nomination to the Maine Ocean School Board of Directors. As you've heard earlier, I am a lifelong learner and recently a lead learner. I have been a teacher in middle school. I've had internships to be as the assistant principal of a correctional facility, maximum security prison in Las Vegas, and back to Maine, my home state. I'm a Aroostook County native, and bring that love of Maine home to raise my children. Let me get in order here, I'm sorry. I would want you to know, as a nominee for Maine Ocean School Board, that I was part of the team that crafted their screening products that allow students to enter into that program. And we are inclusive in that model and want to make sure that we prioritize students who have a love for the ocean. I believe that all children deserve to have choices, and Maine Ocean School is one more that Maine children deserve. So when they're looking for opportunities to celebrate Maine's maritime history and Maine's maritime future, Maine Ocean School is one way that we can do that, and a very important way to keep Maine students to be Maine adults. And I guess I share the Las Vegas part because I did return home to Maine, and I want Maine young youth to be able to stay here and see this is one venue for that. So Maine Ocean School promotes project-based learning, which is an interest and passion for me. It is promoting intellectual rigor in a participatory way, and that's a model that we want for all schools. So as we think about college and career graduates, Maine Ocean School does that, and it's also been a long day for me too, I'm sorry. I hope that my knowledge and experience in leading Maine schools and my diverse background as a Mainer in teaching and learning can contribute and benefit the Maine Ocean School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boone. Any questions from committee members at this time? Seeing none, I do believe Ms. Zidlewski, are you going to speak on behalf of the nomination?
I can do so. I guess I had submitted one letter of testimony that you should have all received from the clerk that supports all 6 nominees that you'll hear from next. So maybe I could just read that letter to you now and then not do it again later in support of all of them, or I can refrain from that at this point. It's up, I'll defer to you, Senator Rafferty.
I think now would be appropriate, so thank you.
Sure. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Gail Zidlewski. I live in Hamden, and I am the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering, also known as the Maine Ocean School. Currently, the board has 10 very committed members of the possible 19. I know that it was mentioned that there are 17, but we have additional 2 that are non-voting members. In April of 2019, the board at the time entered a deliberative and strategic organizational development process. And one element of that was identifying the strengths and characteristics of current members and identifying the characteristics that were needed for recruitment of new members to fill empty seats. We have been waiting for this day to come for quite some time and are thrilled to see those characteristics in the slate of candidates the governor has nominated for your approval. I would like to start by thanking the governor for her excellent selection of nominees and for this committee for its continued support and partnership with the school. All of the nominees are very familiar with Maine Ocean School and have in some way been involved with the school for up to 6 years. 3 of the nominees are reappointments to the board. All 3 are passionate for the school, helped develop the program, and have tirelessly served on committees of the board since its inception. Almond Bud Rivers currently serves as the treasurer and chair of the Finance and Facilities Committee. Bud is a retired naval engineer and even brings his skills to the classroom by sharing robotics with the students at the request of the school staff. Captain Mike Flanagan has served on the board as the board's liaison to our foundation and non-finance and facilities committee. And Mike is a retired ship's captain who tirelessly is committed to helping our students get ahead of the curve with needed certifications for shipboard careers. And Captain Eric Jurgensen served as the first board chair, currently serves as vice chair, and continues to help strengthen connections to the surrounding communities of the school, as well as Maine Maritime Academy. We appreciate their service to the school, and even more, the continuity their reappointment will offer to keep us pointed in the right direction. 3 additional nominees include community members who have engaged with the school at various levels since they have learned about the school. Each brings needed expertise and talents to the board. Each has demonstrated commitment to the school and would bring different skills needed by the board: K-12 administration, marine engineering expertise, and marine trades expertise. Assistant Superintendent Christine Boone brings Maine K-12 educational experience at all levels to the board. As she mentioned, in the early days of the school's development, she helped develop the admissions rubric and system for the school and continues to provide input to finance and facilities and other elements of the school. Dr. Melissa Landon is an engineer working in marine-related industries, and she has been engaged in leading efforts in our Workforce and Community Development Committee. And Ms. Stacy Kiefer is the Executive Director of Maine Marine Trades Association, also engaged with our Workforce and Community Development Committee. The continuity and new skills that this slate offers will breathe life into the board and the school. We have already started to plan a retreat over the summer to onboard these new members, should they be confirmed, and discuss additional members to fill out the board and ensure organizational structure needed to best support the school. On behalf of the board, I humbly request your confirmation of these nominees and reiterate the board's appreciation of your support for the school. All nominees are here to answer questions as you move through the next 5 nominees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those comments and the support of your candidates. Any questions by the committee members? Thank you, and seeing none, then I would like to continue. Having had opportunity for public comment and reviewed any written text that came to the committee, I would like to close the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs of Ms. Christine G. Boone of Stockton Springs for appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees is closed. In accordance with the rules, we would like to move forward if possible, pending any potential objections. Is there any objections to us moving the vote at this time? Seeing none, then the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the state of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Christine G. Boone of Stockton Springs for appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with the rules, we will take a vote. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Seeing no objections, I will ask that the committee clerk be kind enough to call the roll.
Yes. Confirmation of Christine Boone. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum, yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan, yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett, yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge, yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Millett.
Yes.
Representative Millett, yes. Representative Roche.
Yes,
Is it Roche or Roche, sir?
it's Roach, very Irish.
Okay, thank you. Representative Roche, yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury, yes. Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns, yay. Unanimous, yes, for Christine Boone.
Thank you very much. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Ms. Christine G. Boone of Stockton Springs for the appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations, Ms. Boone. We wish you all the best moving forward. Thank you. Next will be a public hearing relative to the nomination of Mr. Michael Flanagan of Thomaston for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees. I'm looking for a motion for that nomination, please. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Michael S. Flanagan of Thomaston for reappointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan. And I would ask at this time or invite Governor Mills's representative today, Melissa O'Neill Lowe, for comment relative to this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Michael Flanagan of Thomaston as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. In an effort to save time, and I would suggest to the committee, if it's your pleasure, that I will skip the statutory reference going forward for the next 5 nominees, if that is acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Flanagan has been a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering for the last 4 years. He's had an impressive career with the U.S. Navy leading up to his retirement in 2018. He attended the Bitburg American High School in Germany before attending the University of Colorado, where he received a bachelor's degree. Upon graduation, he became a member of the United States Navy, and in December of 1980 was promoted to the Military Sealift Command and became a U.S. Merchant Marine and later an Unlimited Master. Between his Marine experience and his understanding of the need for Maine youth to be involved in what is considered an aging industry, which is very important to Maine, Mr. Flanagan will continue to be an asset to this board. It is for these reasons that I've outlined that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the reappointment of Michael Flanagan of Thomaston. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions by any member of the committee? Seeing none, I thank you, Ms. O'Neill Lowe. I will like to invite Mr. Flanagan to make, for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination.
Good afternoon, Senator and representatives of the Maine Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. It is an honor to be here once again. I spent 42 years at sea, and during that time period, I began to really recognize the capability of the state of Maine. I mean, there's a Maine mafia out there on ships around the world, and they do a good job. Now, I didn't go to Maine Maritime, I came up through the ranks. That means young people, 19, 20, 21 years of age going to sea. So when I got involved with the Maine Ocean School, as it's known to us, I started to advocate for kids in their teens to start getting acquainted with what the Merchant Marine is all about. We have found that at the age of 16, somebody can get a Merchant Marine license.
We've tried to work with the Maine State Ferry Service, some of the cruising schooners out of Camden to hire these kids. What was amazing was when my first involvement with the school was a passion on getting kids on ships. Well, I have since learned about the environmental issues around the world, namely the big plastic. There's a plastic dump in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There's one in the Pacific Ocean, and the kids started doing brainstorming on how to take care of it. I found myself getting involved in another aspect of the program, which was environmental consciousness in the merchant marine. And I've had the opportunity to explain to the kids what we do on ships post Exxon Valdez. There's been tremendous technical advances on American ships on the protection of the environment. There's some I wasn't even aware of until we did the research on them. I can't say enough about the kids. I can't say enough about the future for the young in Maine. And too bad we don't have it, but there's an 1854 advertisement to train kids to go to sea. And the librarian in Belfast gave it to former Representative James Gilway. And if you read it, it could apply to today. The sailing ships are in the past, but the new ships in the future will be using kids from Maine. That's my intention, is to do everything I can to propel that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Mr. Flanagan at this time? Seeing none, and we've heard from the public. There was a statement, and we have had an opportunity to review any written testimony. So at this time, I would like to call the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Michael Flanagan of Thomaston for the appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees to be closed. So in accordance with the law and the rules, again, I need your approval to move forward with a vote within the 15-minute time frame. Are there any objections to us moving the nomination? Seeing no objections, I would pose the pending question before the committee. Is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Michael Flanagan of Thomaston to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. A vote of yes will be in favor of the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Appears we are, and I will ask once again, please, that the clerk be kind enough to call the roll.
Yes. Nomination of Michael Flanagan. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Senator Daughtry, absent. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum, yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan, yes. Representative Crockett. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett, yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge, yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler, yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Millet.
Yes.
Representative Millet, yes. Representative Roche.
Yes.
Representative Roche, yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury, yes. Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns, yay. Unanimous. Michael Flanagan.
Thank you. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Michael Flanagan of Thomaston for the appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. Sir, congratulations.
Thank you.
Like you've had a long time at sea, and I'm sure it's nice to have some ground under your feet. So
Yeah, thanks for getting used to.
yes, well, good luck to you moving forward, sir. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Our next hearing is for the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee for the purpose of considering the nomination by Governor Mills of Mr. Eric P. Jurgensen of Stockton Springs for the appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees. I am looking for a motion to move the nomination forward. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Eric P. Jurgensen of Stockton Springs for reappointment to the Maine School for the Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, Engineering Board of Trustees.
Thank you, sir. And so at this time, I would invite the governor's representative this afternoon, Ms. Melissa O'Neill Lowe, to speak to that nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Eric Jurgensen of Stockton Springs as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. Mr. Jurgensen has served 4 years on this board, 2 of which he has served as the board's chair. He is a graduate of Maine Maritime Academy with a degree in small vessel operations. In 2007, he received his master's degree in adult education from the University of Southern Maine. During his undergraduate studies, Mr. Jurgensen worked as a deckhand, third mate, and later second mate on the SSV schooner Bowdoin. Just after receiving his bachelor's degree and all throughout his postdoctorate studies, he worked as a sailing master for Maine Maritime Academy, as well as a relief master / relief chief mate for the Bowdoin. In 2010, he transitioned to being a small craft master sail at the Maine Maritime Academy, and later in 2015 was the interim assistant professor of marine transport with the Academy. In 2015, he became an assistant professor of marine transport at Maine Maritime Academy and relief captain at the Maine Maritime Museum. It is for these reasons that we are seeking your support for the reappointment of Mr. Jurgensen. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you do support the reappointment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill Lowe. Any questions at this time, folks? Seeing and hearing none, I would now invite Mr. Jurgensen for comment relative to the nomination.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for having this hearing today. I'll keep my statements brief, but I'm Captain Eric Jurgensen of Stockton Springs, Maine, and I'm seeking reappointment to the Maine Ocean School, also known as the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. So I have served as the first board or chair of the Board of Trustees back at the inception of the school. And I believe that now in my role as the vice chair, I've been able to help the school continue to move forward as it kind of finds its place in the state of Maine, in a place that is both education and vocation and a very important asset to the school and to the school systems as we move forward in the maritime type trades and focus of Maine. So I look forward to serving you further, if at all possible. I think that in the past, I've done a good job of trying to wrangle together scientists and sailors and engineers and all different aspects of the maritime trades. And I think in my role on the board, I bring to that an expertise and a ability to work and find common ground between those different factions, and the fact that the Maine Ocean School is a public school. So we still need to meet all the high standards set by the state of Maine and add onto it the additional requirements that are going to help ensure students can move into the workforce in Maine as they graduate and move on to higher education, hands-on applications, and all great things that we're doing in the state of Maine here. So again, I thank you for this nomination, and I look forward to serving you if reappointed. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, please, folks, at this time of Mr. Jurgensen? I see Representative Hepler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jurgensen, thank you for your work on the schooner boat, and it's a boat that I'm very fond of.
Oh, thank you very much. It's an important asset to the state of Maine. It's for those of you who don't know, it is right up there with the whoopie pie and the chickadee. The Maine Ocean, or the schooner Bowden, is actually the official vessel of the state of Maine. So thank you. I've probably met some of you on the water on that in that role. So thank you, Representative Hepler.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing no hands up or hearing no response, I will move forward then. And we've heard some public comment, and we've had opportunity to review any of that has been written and send along to the committee. So that said, the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Eric Jurgensen of Stockton Springs for reappointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees is closed. Before moving forward with a vote, I would ask, is there any objections to us doing so within the 15-minute time frame? Seeing no objections, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Eric P. Jurgensen of Stockton Springs for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Appears we are. I would ask, please, that the committee clerk will please call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. All right, Senator, it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. And it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Eric P. Jurgensen of Stockton Springs for reappointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks for what you've done and all that lies ahead.
Thank you all for the opportunity and also for your service to Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Our next hearing is relative to the nomination by Governor Mills of Ms. Stacy S. Kiefer of Union for the appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees. I am looking for a motion to confirm. And Representative Brennan?
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Stacy S. Kiefer of Union for appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, Engineering Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative. And at this time, I would invite the governor's representative, Ms. Melissa O'Neill Lowe, to comment relative to that nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the appointment of Stacy Kiefer of Union as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. Ms. Kiefer is a graduate of the University of Vermont, where she received her bachelor's in geography and geology. Upon graduation, she began working at Journey's End Marina in Rockland as a customer service representative and later assistant to the general manager. In 2007, she left Journey's End and began working as the industry education liaison and special projects coordinator for Maine Marine Trades Association. She was in this role for quite a few years when she transitioned to working at Maine Boats, Homes, and Harbors as a show manager and later the office manager. From there, Ms. Landon moved to working for the Ms. Kiefer moved to working for the Maine Center for Public Interest Reporting as their development and marketing coordinator before returning to the Maine Marine Trades Association in her current role as the executive director. On behalf of the governor, I would ask that you consider the items that I've outlined above and that you support her appointment and appoint Stacy Kiefer of Union. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Any questions from committee members? Then seeing none, thank you for your comments, Ms. O'Neill Lowe. And I would at this time like to invite Ms. Stacy S. Kiefer of Union for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. My location today, I can't get the visual on Zoom, but pleased to join you. So Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Stacy Kiefer. I am the director of the Maine Marine Trades Association, which represents Maine's world-class boat builders, boat yards, marinas, marine dealers, retailers, and more. I will keep this brief on a lovely spring Friday afternoon as I am enjoying the last few hours of a family vacation today. This was an ocean-themed vacation, thus it seems fitting to now take some time to support our wonderful ocean-themed high school for marine science, technology, transportation, and engineering, also known as the Maine Ocean School. The marine industry in Maine has great need for more skilled workers, as does this industry nationwide. Our association is pleased to contribute my time to help support the educational and workforce development needs in Maine, especially for this fantastic resource at the high school level. So often I hear adults mention to me they wish they had this educational option when they were in high school. I believe my experience as an industry education liaison for the marine industry in the past and serving on multiple other nonprofit boards makes me a qualified candidate for this appointment. If approved, I look forward to continuing my participation on the Workforce and Community Development Committee and a new role engaging with fellow trustees, staff, and students to proudly continue the growing success of the Maine Ocean School. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, do we have any questions of Ms. Kiefer at this time? Seeing and hearing none, and having heard some public input and also had an opportunity to review any written testimony, I would like to call the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs of Ms. Stacy S. Kiefer of Union for appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees is closed. That said, I would post the pending question. Can't do that yet. We have a 15-minute waiting period. Is there any objections to us moving the vote forward at this time? Seeing no objections, I would put the pending question before the committee in recommendation to the Senate for the 130th Maine Legislature, the nomination of Ms. Stacy S. Kiefer of Union for appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. We can do so with a vote of yes in favor of the recommendation. I'm sorry, in favor of the confirmation. A vote of no would be against the motion of confirmation. And is the committee ready for a vote? Seeing no objections, I will ask the committee clerk, please, to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach.
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Sorry, yes.
That's good. Thank you, Representative. Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Sam. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Ms. Stacy S. Kiefer of Union for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And we wish you well moving forward. Have a great day. Our next hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs is for the purpose of considering the nomination by Governor Mills of Ms. Melissa E. Landon of Portland for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees. I'm looking for a motion to move that forward. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Ms. Melissa E. Landon of Portland for appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, Engineering Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative. And so at this time, what I'd like to call on the representative for the governor's office today is Ms. Melissa O'Neill Lowe for comments relative to that nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for the Governor. And I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the appointment of Melissa Landon of Portland as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. Ms. Landon received her bachelor's degree from Lafayette College, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. Following her undergraduate work, Ms. Landon went on to receive her master's degree, as well as her doctorate degree from the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering from the University of Massachusetts. Upon obtaining her doctorate, she became a research associate with the University of Massachusetts and later became an associate professor at the university. Ms. Landon remained at the University of Massachusetts until 2019 when she moved to Maine and began her job currently as senior project engineer at Golder Associates. Outside of her career, Ms. Landon serves on several boards, such as the Physiology First Board of Directors, as well as the Workforce and Community Development Committee for the Maine Ocean School. For these reasons I have outlined this afternoon, and on behalf of the governor, I would ask that you support the appointment of Melissa Landon of Portland. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has this afternoon, and thank you for your time.
Do we have any questions related to that nomination at this time, folks? Seeing none, I am going to invite Ms. Melissa Landon for comment relative to her nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa Landon of Portland, and I'm here to discuss with you today my nomination to the Board of Trustees to Maine Ocean School. I'm a professional engineer with over a decade of experience as a professor of civil engineering at University of Maine in Orono at both the undergraduate and graduate level. And I have 15 years of experience in offshore renewable energy and aquaculture engineering research, and have recently joined an engineering firm to focus on transportation infrastructure, both in the coastal and land-based environments and offshore renewable energy projects. Nearly 4 years ago, the current Board of Trustees Chair, Gail Zedleski, informed me of Maine Ocean School and its need for volunteers to help the school engage with maritime workforce and community partners. I became involved as a member and co-chair of the Board of Trustees Workforce and Community Development Committee for 3 reasons. 1, my interest in inspired and experiential youth education. 2, my interest in helping develop a marine educated workforce aligned with the professional needs of my colleagues and myself in engineering, offshore, and coastal environments. And 3, my interest in using my experience with coordinating professional development for students at University of Maine in the engineering profession, and then doing that for the high school students at Maine Ocean School. I wish to continue my service to Maine Ocean School as a Board of Trustees member. I believe in the educational mission of Maine Ocean School to create engaging ocean-themed curriculum that is also project-based for high school students, and will do my best to continue to support this mission. I aim to continue to make a positive contribution in helping Maine Ocean School establish and maintain its connections and strategies between Maine's maritime workforce that will provide our students with important education and internship experiences, and provide Maine's maritime community with educated and engaged future workforce. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Landon. Any questions at this time, folks, by committee members? Not seeing any hands raised or hearing any voices. I know that we have had opportunity for public input, and we've had a chance to review written testimony. So I am going to, at this time, have the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Ms. Melissa E. Landon of Portland for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees closed. In accordance with our rules, if there are no objections, I would like to move the vote. Seeing and hearing no objections, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Melissa E. Landon of Portland for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. Committee can do so with a response of yes, you will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. And is the committee ready for the question? Seeing no objections, I will ask this committee's clerk, Mr. Baker, if you would kindly call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach? Ooh, it disappeared. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. And it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Ms. Melissa E. Landon of Portland for the appointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. Ms. Landon, you look excited and raring to go, to be honest with you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate this opportunity to serve Maine Ocean School and the state of Maine.
We all wish you well moving forward, so thank you. Have a nice day. Committee members, this is our last nomination for the Marine Science and Technology School, but in any case, the hearing on the Education and Cultural Affairs this afternoon is for the purpose of considering the nomination by Governor Mills of Mr. Almond D. Rivers of Searsport for the appointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees. I'm looking for a motion for a nomination. Motion for confirmation. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Almond D. Rivers of Searsport for reappointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And so at this time, I would like to invite the representative this afternoon for Governor Mills is Melissa O'Neill Lowe for comments relative to this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the reappointment of Almond Rivers of Searsport as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering. Mr. Rivers has been a member of this board for the last 4 years. He's a graduate from Searsport High School and before attending the U.S. Naval Academy and receiving his bachelor's degree from that institution. After his bachelor's degree, Mr. Rivers went on to receive his master's degree in mechanical engineering from the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School. Upon receiving that degree, he became a nuclear qualified surface warfare officer in the United States Navy. He remained in the Navy until 1978 when he moved into the private sphere and began working as the Director of Operations of Support and Quality Assurance, as well as the Senior Staff Engineer for the Maine Yankee Atomic Power Company until the mid-80s. Mr. Rivers then moved out of Maine, but continued to manage different nuclear facilities across the US, as well as provide training and support until 2008 when he moved back to Maine. Since coming back to Maine, he has become the Emergency Management Director for the town of Searsport. Alongside his work, Mr. Rivers was a Scoutmaster at the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School, Treasurer for the Lions Club in Gardner, and was the President of the Lions Club in Woodstock, Georgia. For these reasons and many more, on behalf of the Governor, I would ask that you support the reappointment of Almond Rivers of Searsport. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has at this time, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing no hands up or hearing any questions raised, I would at this time like to invite Mr. Rivers for an opportunity to comment and make a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Don Gersport, and I would like to thank her and thank this committee for giving me the opportunity to complete a lifelong dream of returning some of my opportunity to help educate and prepare the students of the state of Maine for a career related to the ocean. I've learned in training and providing training education for people throughout the nation in the nuclear industry and other hazardous industries. I have learned the importance in my participation in the book, learned the importance of providing a reliable, solid adult basis for our youth with outstanding potential to achieve extraordinary results. My work with the Maine Ocean School has seen this happen for the graduates that we have so far and with the students that we have in the school now. Thank you for your consideration. I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rivers. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none and having heard public comment and had an opportunity to review any written comment that came to the committee, I would I will close this hearing on the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Almond D. Rivers of Searsport for reappointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees as being closed. Before taking a vote, I need to ask the committee, are there any objections to us moving forward within a 15-minute time frame that is generally required of us? If there are no objections, we can move forward with the vote. Seeing and hearing no objections, I am going to pose the question to the committee. So the pending question is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Almond D. Rivers of Searsport for reappointment to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. We can do so in that a vote of yes will be in favor of the recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. And is the committee ready for the vote? Seeing affirmative responses, I will ask that the committee clerk, Mr. Baker, please call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler?
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Roach? Still not with us. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator. So it is unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, the nomination of Mr. Almond D. Rivers of Searsport for reappointment to the Maine School of Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering Board of Trustees be confirmed. Sir, congratulations to you. We wish you nothing but good things ahead. And thank you for the work that you are committed to do.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Have a good evening. And that closes our hearings relative to the Marine Science Technology School, and we will move forward, pending my ability to find all these things, to our final set of confirmation hearings. And the first being a public hearing of the committee for the purpose of considering the nomination of Mr. Timothy R. Bolio of Hollis for the appointment to the Maine School of Sciences and Mathematics Board of Trustees. And I am looking for, please, a motion to move that nomination forward. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Timothy Beaulieu of Hollis for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And at this time, I would invite the governor's representative in continuing with us this afternoon is Ms. O'Neill Lowe, relative to making some comments for that nomination.
Great. Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the appointment of Timothy Beaulieu of Hollis as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics. The Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 20A, Chapter 312, Section 8204. This board is made up of 17 members, including a citizen of Limestone with an active interest in education, 3 members who are teachers, one being a full-time teacher at the school and is a non-voting member. The other 2 teachers are both from different geographic regions within the state, comprised of the 1st Congressional District and the 2nd Congressional District. 10 members of the general public, comprised of 4 who are scientists, engineers, or mathematicians, and members of the general public, 1 graduate of the Maine School of Science and Mathematics, a parent of a student or recent graduate, the executive director of the school, and a student elected as the presiding officer of the student body. Mr. Beaulieu is actually a graduate of Limestone High School and the University of Maine at Orono, where he received his bachelor's in civil engineering. Upon graduation, Mr. Beaulieu began working for Shelley Engineering, Inc., where he was a structural engineer and remained with that company until 2010. In January of 2010, he began working as a project engineer with Sappi Paper NA. He remained in that role until 2015, at that time when he began working for IDEX Laboratories as a senior manager of facilities for the Global Project Management Organization. Outside of his career, Mr. Beaulieu is an active member of his community and is a coach for many of the youth teams throughout the Bonnie Eagle community and with the Hollis Recreation Department. Given his experience with a range of engineering disciplines and team management, Mr. Beaulieu is a great, well-rounded nominee for this board. It is because of these reasons that I've outlined today that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the appointment of Timothy Beaulieu of Hollis. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Do we have any questions, folks? Again, seeing no hands or hearing any questions raised, I would at this time like to recognize Mr. Timothy R. Beaulieu for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you for your time today. My name is Timothy Beaulieu from Hollis, Maine. I'm here before you today as a nominee of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics. As a lifelong Mainer, I was born and raised in Aroostook County, actually Limestone, where I grew up on my family's potato farm and came through the public school systems. There, I honed my love of math and science and decided to pursue an engineering degree at the University of Maine at Orono. At Orono, I earned my Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering and began my career in the Portland area. I worked as a consulting structural engineer for over 10 years and was involved in many projects all over New England. From there, I was able to gain experience working in the pulp and paper industry, where I was exposed to multiple engineering disciplines in a fast-paced manufacturing environment. That experience led me to my current role at IDEX, where I lead a team of project managers and engineers performing work globally. This experience of working on a global scale in countries all over the world and all over North America has allowed me to gain knowledge of engineering practices around the world. I believe my 20 plus years of engineering expertise experience has prepared me to be able to contribute to the board of MSSM and to help promote and allow others to pursue a promising career in an engineering or science field. I've been very fortunate in my career to be able to pursue, I've been very fortunate in my career to be able to work on a global scale and still live in the state that I love. So I'm more than happy to give back and try to hopefully help others be able to achieve things and work outside of Maine, all while still living in this beautiful state. So I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to be before you today and to be considered for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Mr. Bollier at this time, folks? Again, seeing no hands raised or voices, and given the opportunity for public input, the committee's ability to review any written testimonies that's come in, I would like to move forward and number one, go shut off my wife's phone. So can you hear that? Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Never know what's going to happen in my household. In any case, I am going to move forward with and say that the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the appointment of Mr. Timothy R. Bollier of Hollis to the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation. That doesn't sound right. It does. Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees come to a close. And moving forward, if there are no objections to our 15-minute rule, I don't see any, hear any, then I am going to move forward with the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Timothy R. Bollier of Hollis for the appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees be confirmed. We can do so with a vote in the, a yes vote will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the vote? Positive response there it is. And I will ask that the committee clerk please call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan. Oh, Representative, you muted.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, Representative. Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett.
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yep. Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. And it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Timothy R. Bollier of Hollis for the appointment of Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees be confirmed. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for what you have done and what you'll continue to do on the behalf of the school.
Thank you for your time today.
You have a great evening. Our next hearing will be for the Joint Standing Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Craig Cunningham of Kennebunk for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees. I am looking for a motion to move that confirmation forward. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Craig Cunningham of Kennebunk for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And I would, at this time, invite the governor's representative this afternoon, Ms. Melissa O'Neill Lowe, for comment relative to that nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the appointment of Craig Cunningham of Kennebunk as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics. Mr. Cunningham is a longtime resident of Maine and Aroostook County. He attended Caribou High School before going on to Eastern Maine Community College, where he received his degree in machine tool technology, as well as a degree from the University of Southern Maine in industrial technology. Mr. Cunningham has worked for Corning Life Science and Separations, Inc. as a mold technician and production scheduler, as well as a process engineer. In 2007, he founded and acted as vice president and managing partner of Maine Manufacturing, LLC. This company was then sold in 2016, and in turn, he started his current business, Maine Manufacturing Partners, where he is a founding partner and the chief scientific officer. Given this work, Mr. Cunningham has been awarded multiple awards, including the State of Maine's Governor's Award in Business Excellence in 2011, as well as Entrepreneur and Best Employer of 2011 by the York County Community College System. Between his business savvy and expertise in the sciences and engineering world, Mr. Cunningham will make an excellent addition to the Board of Trustees. It is for these reasons that on behalf of Governor Mills that I would ask that you support the appointment of Craig Cunningham of Kennebunk. I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have at this time, and thank you so much for spending so much time with us this afternoon.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at this time? Seeing none, then I'm going to invite Mr. Cunningham, a fellow Kennebunker, for an opportunity to speak relative to the nomination.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Craig Cunningham from Kennebunk, and I am here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Maine School of Science Mathematics Board of Trustees. My background to date is engineering and business in the paper, life science, and filtrations industry. My work history includes founding, building, and managing a life science manufacturing business with locations in Maine and Massachusetts, employing over 200 people. I have a keen interest in helping young people in Maine becoming technically empowered in their education, home, and work life. I'm a volunteer and board member of Apex Youth Connection, which is an organization in Biddeford, where the goal is to challenge and guide youth to their best future through STEM and outdoor STEM programs and outdoor activities. If confirmed, I look forward to assisting the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Executive Director, Board of Trustees, and the state of Maine continuing to provide great programs at the school and engaging holistic education to the students. I truly appreciate the nomination from Governor Mills, her office, and the time each of you
on the committee have taken to review my candidacy. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Mr. Cunningham at this time? Seeing none and having had an opportunity for public input and a chance to review written testimony in relative to nominations, I will ask that the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for Mr. Craig Cunningham of Kennebunk for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees is closed. And at this time, before moving forward with a vote, we need the committee to agree to do so without any objection to doing so inside of a 15-minute period. Seeing or hearing no objections, I would like to put the pending question before the committee, and it will be the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. Craig Cunningham of Kennebunk for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees be confirmed. We can do so. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Yes. So the committee clerk, I would ask you, Sam, if you would be kind enough to please call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett. Ooh. No Representative Crockett. All right. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative Salisbury.
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Representative, that's okay. Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs at the nomination of Mr. Craig Cunningham of Kennebunk for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees be confirmed. Mr. Cunningham, it sounds like with your background, you offer great expertise. We wish you well moving forward and hope all your work is favorable with the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Have a good day.
You too.
Our final hearing this afternoon will be for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Joseph S. Siddiqui of Easton for the appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees. I am looking for a motion to confirm. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Joseph Siddiqui of Easton for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And at this time, I would invite the governor's representative this afternoon, Ms. Melissa O'Neill Lowe, to comment relative to that nomination.
Thank you once again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the appointment of Joseph Siddiqui of Easton as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Maine School of Science and Mathematics. Joe graduated from Caribou High School before obtaining his bachelor's in mathematics from MIT. He went on to get his master's degree in teaching in mathematics from Duke University, then began work with the Maine School of Science and Mathematics in 1997 when he became a math instructor. Over the course of the next 10 years, he would go to work at the school as the director of their summer explorations program, the academic and residential director of MSSM summer camps, the interim executive director, the mathematics department chair, and the dean of students and director of studies. In 2009, he transitioned from education to the medical field, where he began working for the Aroostook Medical Center. At the Medical Center, he was the manager of educational services and programs, the director of innovation and education, and the director of employee services and leadership development. In 2014, Joe moved to work for Eastern Maine Healthcare System as the vice president of human resources, and in 2017 moved to his current role as vice president of human resources employee experience with Northern Light Healthcare. Alongside his career, he is a member of Junior Achievement of Aroostook County Area Board. His experience with teaching mathematics, school administration, and more specifically with the Maine School for Science and Mathematics makes him an invaluable possible addition to this board. It is because of these items that I've outlined today that on behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask you to support the appointment of Joseph Siddiqui of Easton. I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have at this time. And again, thank you for spending almost your entire day with boards and commissions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, then I am going to invite Mr. Siddiqui if he would like to make any comments relative to the nomination.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Youssef, or Joe Siddiqui, from Easton, and I am here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees. I'm excited about this potential opportunity to serve at the MSSM. I feel as though I'm coming full circle. A Caribou native, I received my bachelor's degree in applied mathematics at MIT in 1996, followed by my Master of Arts in Teaching degree at Duke University in 1997. That fall, I returned to the county to begin my professional career as a mathematics instructor at the relatively new Maine School of Science and Mathematics. My experiences in various roles during my 12 years there allowed me the opportunity to experience virtually every aspect of operations. In addition to teaching upper-level mathematics and receiving national recognition in the process as both a presidential award winner as well as a Milken educator, I was heavily involved in extracurriculars, spent varying times living in the school dormitory, developing and directing summer camps, serving as mathematics department chair and dean of students and director of studies, and fulfilling the role of faculty representative to the Board of Trustees. I also served 1 year as the school's interim executive director. I was deeply familiar with the students, the faculty, the parents, and the board, and equally familiar with the school's successes, challenges, and opportunities. After 12 years of devoting myself to the success of the school and its students, I made the difficult decision to pursue other career opportunities. In my current role as Vice President, Human Resources at Northern Light Airgold Hospital in Presque Isle, I welcome new hires at the beginning of their orientation period. I always reference my time at the MSSM, and I'm quick to relay that I still love mathematics and still love teaching. And as I've been able to continue to do in my current role, I love to have a positive impact on the lives of others. These loves are deeply rooted in the core of who I am. I am confident that my Maine upbringing, my intellectual interests, my varied and distinguished experiences at MSSM, and my quote-unquote real-world business experiences make me an outstanding candidate for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees. I'm honored to receive Governor Mills' nomination for this role, and I'm hopeful to be provided with yet another opportunity to serve the school, as well as the students and families that benefit from its existence. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siddiqui. Any questions, folks, at this time? Hearing none, seeing no hands raised, and I'm going to move forward as we've given opportunity for the public to speak, had a chance to review any written testimony that came to the committee. I am going to move the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the hearing for Mr. Siddiqui for appointment to the Maine School of Sciences and Mathematics Board of Trustees as closed. And ask that the committee consider moving the vote forward within the 15-minute time frame without any objections of doing so. Hearing no objection, I would post a pending question before the committee to allow, is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Joseph S. Siddiqui of Easton for appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees be confirmed. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend the confirmation. Is the committee ready for question? Several nods. And I will ask that the committee clerk please call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Crockett is still not with us. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Hepler.
Yes.
Representative Hepler votes yes. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Millette.
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Still don't see Representative Roach. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. And Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. All right, Senator. So it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the confirmation.
Thank you, Sam. So it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs with the nomination of Mr. Joseph S. Siddiqui of Easton for the appointment to the Maine School of Science and Mathematics Board of Trustees be confirmed. And I would just like to say from one Joseph to another, you sound like a perfect fit. I've been overwhelmed by the qualifications of people throughout the day here, but I commend you for stepping up and being willing to take this on. So good luck to you moving forward.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you. And that essentially does it in terms of our hearings today. So I applaud all of you for hanging in there. Ms. O'Neill Lowe, for your being here with us as well as
Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you, Sam, specifically for all my late night emails about Zoom links and about candidate materials. And I think Sam always is so friendly, and I just want to recognize that's not always easy to be dealing with folks like me who are constantly pinging you. Representative McCray, same thing for you. Thank you all. Today's been great. We've now, as of next week, we have 5 more hearings for the 130th first session. We'll have pushed through 151 confirmable nominations this session. So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all of your hard work, and I hope to see many of you after the summer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, I see a hand up, sir.
I just wanted to say to Ms. O'Neill Lowe, I obviously this is a kind of a long day to have 22 nominations, but the quality of the people that you brought before us was truly outstanding. And I think that they represented a lot of work on your part as well as the governor's part, and that each of them will serve well in the capacities that you have nominated them for.
Thank you.
And
thank you. We have a great team that we work with for recruitment, and
it's also during confirmation hearings like this that the limitations of Zoom become more apparent. And it is much nicer in some ways to be able to meet people and congratulate them in person than trying to do it over Zoom. But that's another conversation for another day.
Let's hope we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with regard to that, Representative. So thanks again. Have a great summer, everybody, and hope to see you all soon.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Again, she hit the nail on the head there, Sam. You are the master of Zoom. So moving forward, I don't know how many more Zooms we'll be doing, but You've been great, and you get a lot of commendations relative to your work. So we appreciate all that you are doing, as well as Sam Senford and Hillary Risler as well. So we've had very fortunate in the help that our committee has received. And to me, it's kind of refreshing. I often hear, and I know myself, because I speak these words, that we lose so much talent from Maine. I know I see a lot of young kids, it seems like, leaving, looking to go elsewhere for whatever reason. But today we saw a lot of great candidates, a lot of very qualified people, and we have a tremendous amount of people willing to step up and fill some positions that can be potentially a big help to our committee, as well as the people of Maine. So just want to thank you all for a great day. And I know that we're in the same state house. I see you more here, so I almost prefer a Zoom because I can see and talk. But when we're in the two different chambers at seems like two different times, it's been harder. So I went from, I was.
We will see everybody quite a bit next week.
Yeah. But was it Wednesday was like being a freshman all over again. So here, our first day of school. So, yeah. But in any case, thank you for everything you're doing, folks. Keep up the good work.
See everybody next week.
See you next week.
Yeah. Rest up.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Have a great week. It's going to be a 5-day siege next week.
Thank you.
Great job, Joe, and enjoy the lake.
Thank you, sir. I will.